Organizing Committee and the International Scientific Committee. We welcome Laura Berta Reyes Sanchez, academic researcher at the Faculty of Professional Studies, Cuautitlán, UNAM, Mexico, and chairman of the International Union of Soil Sciences. María del Carmen Gutiérrez Castorena, professor at the Department of Pedology at the Postgraduate College, Mexico, and vice chairman of the 6th International Soil Classification Congress. Curtis Monher, professor of pedology at Environmental Science of the Department of Plant and Environmental Sciences at New Mexico State University, national leader for standards of the NRCS Soil and Plant Science Division in the United States Commission, and chairman of the 1.4 Soil Classification. Rodolfo Orozco Vázquez, general director of Natural Resources and Environment at the National Institute of Statistics and Geography. Gabriela Castaño Meneses, researcher manager of the Laboratory of Arthropod Ecology in Extreme Environments and coordinator of the Multidisciplinary Unit of Teaching and Research of the Faculty of Science, UNAM, Mexico. And Norma Eugenia García Calderón, researcher manager of the Laboratory of Conservation and Degradation of Soil Resources at the Multidisciplinary Unit of Teaching and Research of the Faculty of Science, UNAM, Mexico, and chairman of the 6th International Soil Classification Congress. We thank you to all of you. And we invite the panel now to hear some of the speeches that they prepare us. And we first are going to hear the words of the PhD, Norma Eugenia García Calderón. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arturo. Well, in this 6th International Congress of Soil Classification, I am pleased to welcome the participants who will provide us these concepts with concepts and scientific points of view, either in person or virtually, that will be valuable to continue the task of this IUFS Commission 1.4, with the aim of being able to transfer them to generate multi- and transdisciplinary actions for the well-being of soil systems, for the creation of thematic cartography capable of showing into academics, students, and decision makers, for the well-being of all our planet. Another approach to be developed is its impact of the rest of the natural resources, since it is becoming increasingly necessary to plan the use and management of the ecosystems and agroecosystems, from the concept of knowing the critical zone or critical zones as a baseline of its properties, and manage to translate the information into immediate actions in the current context through the executing agencies. I appreciate the support of national and international committees and institutions to carry out the various events of this 6th edition of the Congress. After overcoming the restrictions that the global spread for the multiple variants of the SARS-CoV-2 has posed. Then our goals will be successful during these 3 days. And again, I welcome all the participants, and I'm very grateful with the institutions that has been part of this event. Thank you very much. But mainly, these institutions, of course, are the postgraduate college, the University Autonomous of Nuevo León, the INEGI, as the Spanish acronym or what Arthur has told to all of you, but they were also one of our main supports during this event, and also to the several faculties and another supports from the UNAM and from the USDA also. From the WRB, I'm very grateful always for the support of Peter Schaff during these 3 years that we were waiting for this day. Thank you very much, and successful event.
Thank you very much, the PhD Norma Eugenia Garcia Calderon. We really appreciate it. Now we are going to hear the speech of Gabriela Castaño Meneses.
Sorry. Thank you very much. Welcome. Good morning. It's my pleasure to be able to share with you this long-awaited open of the 6th International Soil Classification Conference. Thank you very much to the Dr. Norma Garcia Calderon and all her team, and to the organization committee for the completion, dedication to achieve this event, solving all the problems and never giving up despite the circumstance. Many thanks also to all of you to make the effort to participate presentially or online in this event. I'm sure this event will be unforgettable and extremely enriching. The wait is finished. Welcome and enjoy the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, PhD Gaby Castaño Meneses. Now we are going to hear the speech of Rodolfo Orozco Vázquez, General Director of Natural Resources and Environment at INEGI.
Hello, good morning, everyone. And I also am very glad that after 2 years, this event has finally come true. I would like to, by starting talking a little bit about INEGI. INEGI, the National Institute of Statistics and Geography, is one of the autonomous constitutional bodies of Mexico with its own management, legal personality, and assets, responsible for regulating and coordinating the national statistical and geographic information system. It is one of the few organizations worldwide in which both the National Statistical Office and the National Mapping Agency converge in a single institution. Since the creation of the National Territory Studies Commission, CETENAL, in 1968, the generation of soil mapping was established as one of its purposes. To date, soil information is available at different scales, 1 to 50,000, part of partially of the territory, 1 to 1 million, and 1 to 250,000 with national coverage. In particular, the information at scale of 1 to 250,000 has national coverage and to date consists of 3 series. Series 1 concluded in 1980 based on the FAO UNESCO 1968 classification. Series 2 concluded in 2007 based on the 1998 WRB classification system. And the Series 3 completed in 2021 based on the 2014 WRB classification system. This information has been generated from the interpretation of images from remote sensors, fieldwork, and laboratory analysis. As a result of the field activity, there are currently more than 12,000 soil profiles throughout the country, together with the physical samples and the result of their laboratory analysis, all of this available to users. For INEGI, it is of great importance to support and participate in events such as this International Congress of Soil Classification, in addition to collaborating with institutions and specialists dedicated to the study of the soil. Having concluded the 3rd version of soil mapping, INEGI is now beginning a transition towards generating information on soil properties with the best possible spatial detail, using the best data and taking advantage of current techniques for analysis and processing of them. For this reason, it is also important for us to maintain and increase interinstitutional collaboration so that together we can generate greater and better knowledge about soils, and with this support better public policies for their conservation and to stop and reverse their degradation for the benefit of the current population and future generations. I would like now to quote Tim Marshall's book, Prisoners of Geography. He says, "There's a limit to what men can decide. Often it is a real physical limit. Mountains, rivers, seas, and concrete stands between what the leaders have wanted for their countries throughout history and what they have been able to achieve. To understand and explain what happens in the world, we usually refer to people, ideas, and political movements, but without the conditions imposed by the geography, the result of such approximation is simply incomplete. Many of the planet's landforms will continue to exist in the future. I now add, the soils and their condition are also the result of geography plus the continuous and intense intervention of the human. It will all depend on us to preserve and to improve the condition of our soils, and all of it departs from the knowledge and comprehension we could achieve by studying this complex natural resource. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, PhD Roscoe Vasquez, for these interesting words. Now, let me introduce the PhD Curtis Monger, Professor of Petrology and Environmental Science at the Department of Plant and Environmental Sciences at New Mexico State University, and the chairman of the 1.4 soil classification.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I might know 25 words in Spanish, maybe 30, but I do know how to say mi nombre es Curtis Monger and mucho gusto. So, but it's early yet. I may learn 30 or 40 or 50 words. So that's my ambition. But I just wanted to say a few things. Number one, 4 years ago, when many of us were in Rio, if someone would said, and that was 2018, they said, in 2 years, the whole world will be wearing masks and the children will stay at home and everyone will work from home using Zoom or Teams or some, that just would have been hard to imagine. But during all of that, and we're not finished, it's, we're not done with COVID yet. But during all of those obstacles, Norma and her team persisted in getting this conference put together. So we are very grateful for that, absolutely. And the second thing I would say is the field tour was outstanding. Just the Sierra Madre Oriental. I mean, to go to the east and the west, crossing back and forth across that mountain range with its tremendous relief and all of those sediments coming down and the different soil types, in those sediments, that was outstanding. Just hard to imagine. I would like to come back to visit that and explore that region more. There's so much diversity. Yeah. And the third thing I would say, and it's more of, I guess, basically announcement, but in the schedule at 1640, there will be a Commission 1.4 meeting with WRB as well. And one of the things that we'll need to talk about is who will host this conference next time. And I think we have some really good candidates here for hosting it. So if you're interested in it, think about it and work on a proposal. And that will then, at the business meeting in Glasgow at the World Congress, the decision will be made soon after. But that's in the future. Right now, we're together as colleagues, international colleagues, discussing what we love to talk about, and it's only for a few more days. So I would say let's very much enjoy being here and being in Mexico. So thank you.
Thank you very much, PhD Curtis Monger, for these words. Now, we will hear the formal inauguration of this conference, of this 3-day conference, by the PhD Laura Berta Reyes Sanchez, academic researcher of the Faculty of Professional Studies, Cuautitlán, Mexico, and chairman of the International Union of Soil Sciences.
Well, I am wearing pants, but I am not a chairman. I am a chairwoman, and I am happy to say a chairwoman. Thank you. Dear Dr. Erika Micheli, President of the Division 1 of the IUSSS, Dr. Curtis Monger, President of Commission 4.1, Dr. Gabriela Castaño Meneses, Coordinator of the Multidisciplinary Unit of Teaching and Research of the Science Faculty of UNAM Campus Juriquilla, Dr. Rodolfo Orozco from INEGI, Mexico, Dr. Norma Calderón, President of the 6th International Soil Classification Congress, Dr. Peter Schad from WIRB, Dr. Carmen Castorena from Colegio de Postgraduados, Mexico. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On the occasion of this 6th International Soil Classification Congress, and on behalf of the International Union of Soil Science, I have the privilege and honor to convey you our best greetings. At the same time, I am glad to receiving you in my country and in my university, the National Autonomous University of Mexico. Therefore, I am happy to say to all of you, welcome to Mexico. At the same time, after 2 years of pandemic, we are here celebrating again soil science. The soil is a living, heterogeneous, and dynamic system that includes physical, chemical, and biological components and their interactions. Therefore, to assess its quality, it's necessary to measure, describe, and classify their properties. Soil classification is necessary to predict its behavior and identify limitations that allow us to make correct management decisions in the agricultural, livestock, forestry, urban, environmental, and healthy fields, to name a few of most important of them. That is why the International Union of Soil Science in 1991 formed a working group to develop the International Reference Base for Soil Classification, the IRB, later renamed the World Reference Base of Soil Resource, WRB, with the proposal of setting forth a soil classification system. A soil classification system to facilitate both the implementation of soil inventories and the interpretation of soil maps as practical tools for decision makers, for geologists, agronomists, farmers, politicians, etc. Today, knowing about the efforts that all of you will make so that as a result of the work that you will carry out in this 6th World Soil Classification Congress, the 4th edition of the WRB Arise, I, as the current president of the International Union of Soil Science, want to transmit to all of you the support from the IUSS to publish this WRB 4th edition with the logo and ISBN of the International Union of Soil Science to be present in the World Congress Soil Science in Glasgow. I wish you a fabulous week full of conference, strongly disciplinary and interdisciplinary knowledge, which allow us to deepen from the knowledge of soil classification in the construction of systemic complexity which soil science requires today to achieve soil sustainability. I hope all of you a wonderful soil classification congress and enjoy the colors, smells, sounds, and flavors, also the Mexican hospitality. Now, I kindly ask all of you to stand up to inaugurate this 6th International Soil Classification Congress. Thank you. On behalf of the International Union of Soil Science, I declare open the 6th International Soil Classification Congress today, March 30, at the 9:45 a.m. Thank you and congratulations to all of you. Again, welcome to Mexico. Gracias.
Thank you very much for this inauguration, and we thank to our authorities for this for their speeches. We invite the panel to integrate to take their places in the auditorium for the opening keynote lecture, please. So we invite them to integrate the auditorium, and this Congress is part of the events organized by the Commission 1.4 of the International Union of Soil Sciences. The main objective is to provide a forum to continue the works and the discussions from previous meetings about soil classification system as a medium to communicate soil functions and management. After the 5-day field work that began in Cuatro Ciénegas, we hope that the dialogue, discussion, and international collaboration continue in the lectures, meetings, and in the poster sessions. Now, we're going to pass to the next part of this ceremony, and it's the keynote lecture. So let me introduce Erika Micheli, Professor of Soil Science at the Szent István University, Hungary, and Chairwoman of Division 1, Soils in Space and Time. So, and we are going to pass to this keynote lecture. Thank you very much. I think it's here, over here.
No. Oh, this is me.
Which
last one.
The last one. Oh, yeah.
And I just use the page down, or you
Yeah.
have a mouse? Where is the page down?
It has to be over here.
You don't have anything here?
I think it's this one. It's okay. It works. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good morning. Dear President of IUSS, dear Laura, dear all commission chairs, chairs of different commissions, but I think I just want to greet everybody together, dear colleagues. It's a very big pleasure for me to give the keynote presentation, and generally we are very nervous when we do this, and for me it's even more being nervous because I think we were waiting for this Congress so long. And I personally just finished my COVID before I came, so I hope I will not give you a disappointment. I got 1 hour in the program. It's about time to finish if you look at your clock, so we will see how I can manage the time. I was introduced. I'm Erika Micheli. I am a professor and head of soil science and actually my university just changed name. We are no longer Szent István University. We are the Hungarian University of Agriculture and Life Sciences, which is an integrated big university in Hungary. At the same time, I'm chairing Division 1, and I used to be the chair of WRB before Peter. So that's me. The Congress was introduced by all the speakers. And I think this is perhaps in the past 4 years since the last Congress, or more than that, I think this is perhaps the biggest event during this very bad period for the whole world. I think many people explained, I don't have to repeat. Curtis told that we did not expect what was going on. But I think all the investments what the organizing committee did, like those who were on the field trip, we know how much time it took just to go around. They had to go there to work. I don't know how many times. So I think it was a tremendous effort what these people did for us. So a very big thank you to the organizers. And not everybody is on this picture because there are people who did not come for the field trip. But a very big thank you to all the organizers. So just thank you, thank you, thank you. And the name of the Congress did not include, when we got all the materials, that it's the 6th. But I'm very proud to tell that the first soil classification conference was held in Hungary, actually more than 20 years ago. Then we had it in Russia, in Chile, in the US, then in South Africa, and now we are in Mexico. So I think we can celebrate 20 years of soil classification meetings. So it's great. I will turn back to that. And just for those who were not there, I think it's only Peter and me who were in that Congress. I don't think anybody else in this room attended the Congress, but this was the first group that decided that we have to continue with this kind of meetings because we found that there is so much to study in classification. And the title of the presentation is The Major Steps in Soil Classification. And here is the content, what I am going to talk about. And 100% sure I will have my personal professional bias. There might be other opinions about what are the major steps in soil classification. And most probably I will also have my national pride. But here you see I will talk about the differences that there were there from the very beginning, because when we are talking about classification, we are talking about differences. I will talk about the genetic paradigm, the profile, the depth function, the diagnostic approach, the qualifiers, new sensors that are helping our work, and pedometrics, and the new way to look at taxonomic relationships between soils. So the beginning. The differences were very important at the very beginning. So the Olduvai Gorge, which we consider the cradle of mankind, which is in the Great Rift Valley, was a very special place. The living floor with high organic carbon and with the right amount of moisture was just a place where human being could start, and we have actually the earliest evidence of existence of human ancestors. But soil was very important. And later, when more developed civilizations developed, they were also very much tied to soil. If you think about just the fertile river plains like Egypt, the Indus Valley, Mesopotamia, or China, those were very fertile lands. But not only the development and the blossom, but often also the decline of those civilizations or societies were very much related to soil, especially to not good care of the soil. So that's another message. It's not only classification, but also maintaining good soil. And later, when agriculture became very, not intensive, but also when agricultural practices started, the first kind of classifications were related mainly to the use of soil and mainly to management. So the properties that were observed and used to make differences between soils were related to tillage, mostly to heavy or light texture or stoniness, and also to properties that were very easy to sense, like color. And also the names were, what people used first were stony soil, sandy soil, clay soil, or red soil or black soil. The first scientific classifications developed in the middle of the 19th century, and I think all of we know this, but I thought we have to spend a little bit of time with Dokuchayev. So this young guy, Vasily Dokuchayev, had a very deep interest in nature, in agriculture, and in soil. And he started to make differences between soils. But it's very important that during the period when he was active, taxation was very important. And people wanted to know why one soil is more fertile than the other one. So Dokuchayev and his colleagues were the first people who found out why some soils, and especially the Chernozems, the Chernozem, were more fertile than other soil. And they developed the soil forming formula, and these are Dokuchayev's words. The formula clearly shows the conditions of formation, identity, and possible variations in soil, depending on changes in soil forming factors multiplies. And his formula, the soil forming formula, is still our paradigm. And why we spend a little bit of more time with Dokuchayev, it is that we still believe in his principles. And also last year was the 175th anniversary of Dokuchayev's birth. And if you are not familiar with this paper, I suggest that you read. It's fascinating. It is telling about how Dokuchayev developed his interest and what periods of his research were existing until he died. But his major contributions, it was the very extensive fieldwork. So he proved first that we really need a lot of fieldwork to understand what is going on in soil, why they are different. He also started with the detailed description, introducing the horizons and the designations, and of course, the classification. He was the first who was really identifying zones. And of course, his publications and his work on popularization of soil science were very important. In these pictures, you can see his samples. He gathered huge amount of samples from different parts of Russia and elsewhere, but not very much. Here you can see the sketch map of the Chernozem zone of the European Russia. And those who did not know, he also prepared a sketch map of soil zones of the Northern Hemisphere. And of course, everybody knows about his book, the Russian Chernozem, and that was his PhD work, actually. And when he was defending his PhD, it was not an easy job. It took almost a day. Mendeleev was the chair of the committee, and he was really challenged. But finally, after a long day, his ideas about soil formation were accepted. Of course, he was not alone. He had a great group of people, co-workers and famous students, like Sibirchev and Glenka. And I put Mendeleev there, who was the senior person in his department. the profile. I think it is very important that we work in the soil profile. This will come back at other places in my talk, but Dokuchayev and his students were the first who were really introducing the genetic horizons, the A, the B, and the C, but we have to do that others were using, but not in such a systematic way as Dokuchayev and his students. So these principles, what they put down is still valid. We are still discussing and refining, but they put down the basics for us that we are still working on it. You can see that even Darwin was drawing profiles, and later many scientists are preparing nice profiles, describing profiles, and some of them are coming up with very artistic way, like Kubiena with profiles. And this is a good time for me to acknowledge the beautiful cover page of our field guide, very artistic, but sometimes we don't need an extra touch of human art to have some very artistic profiles. So this was one of the profiles we saw. I think it's beautiful. It's almost artistic. Okay, so Dokuchayev did most of his work in Russian, I mean, the publications. And the journal that they had, the Почвоведение, actually it's soil science. So that was mostly where he published his material. But his students, Glinka and Sibichev, mostly Glinka to the west, they were bringing the Dokuchayev ideas to many countries, and translation to German, French, and English just came later. And actually the US invested a lot of money, and also Israel invested a lot of money to translate. So today, most of the work is available. But, and here comes my national pride, one of the first places on international level where the Dokuchayev principles were introduced was the first international meeting in agrogeology held in Budapest in 1909. And the people who participated, it was the huge guy, it's the German Raman, you know the Raman brown forest soil, named after himself, and Glinka was there. These people gathered together. Actually, it took 3 months to organize the meeting. And it was just normal mail. But they had 5 days of conference, and they have, I don't remember how many days of field trip. They were traveling by train and horse carriage, but there was a lot of time to discuss. So they spent huge amount of, very little time with organization, through normal mail, but a lot of time of meetings and talkings. And fortunately, the organizers, the Hungarian committee that organized, recorded every single word, what was said during the conference. So that gave us an opportunity in 2009, first of all, to celebrate the meeting in 1909. We called it Bridging the Century. And we had the chance to go to the field. Actually, we were playing Raman and Glinka. Those two guys are Raman and Glinka. And since we had all the words recorded, we could go to the field, go to the same profile, and have the same discussion what they did. And Raman, who introduced the Raman brown earth, he was calling these soils everywhere, even where there were great clay accumulation horizons. And this profile that you see here, actually it's a historical profile because Raman considered it as a brown earth. Actually, it was a beautiful clay accumulation soil, and they had a heated discussion. We have the records, so we played this very heated discussion where Raman said, yes, it is a Raman brown earth. Actually, Glinka had to come back to Hungary later, and he proved that there was a beautiful clay accumulation. But the participants from the US, from Romania, from Bulgaria, and from the neighboring countries got really confused. So for many years, in the classification of forest soils, there was a confusion because Raman called the beautiful clay accumulation soil as a brown earth. And actually later, Guy Smith and Tavernier published a very long paper about this, and they sorted out what was wrong at that discussion. And anyway, it was a long side talk. What did they found out during that meeting? It was called agrogeology, but actually it was about soil. But they declared that soil science has to be a separate science. it needs its own common terminology, because they were using different terminologies, and also methodology for observing, investigating, classifying, and mapping soils. And what we found 100 years after, that we still need it. So when we had the meeting, we just concluded that 100 years after, we still need a common methodology, common language, and common ways to communicate, classifying and communicate soils. Actually, this was the time when the universal soil classification idea was born. Okay, now going back to the Dokuchaev ideas, there were several meetings, and it's not a complete overview of all the important steps. There were meetings in Poland, there were the world shows where people could present what they did. But one of the biggest events where the Dokuchaev formula was really becoming more known to the world was the first International Congress of Soil Science in Washington in 1927. So many people got familiar with it. And Hans Jenny expanded, he made it more numerical, and he also made some very important statements that it's very nice that we have the horizons, but most of the properties have their own depth function, the depth distribution, but we are coming up with horizons. And this designating the horizons is always very much left for the individual judgment. So it's nice that we have the profile, it's nice that we are having the boundaries, but there are no real boundaries, there is a depth function. Actually, the next very big step was when Guy Smith introduced the diagnostic approach. It did not solve the continuous depth function question, but it solved a lot of the subjectivity. When he gave his talk in Ghent in 1952, he was explaining that in the diagnostic approach, genesis does not appear in the taxa, but it is behind. And actually, it was not very welcome. So most of the people who attended the meeting were not very happy, because we are so happy, and we were so happy to discuss genesis and how it formed and so forth. But with the diagnostic approach, these soil-forming factors and soil-forming processes are resulting in certain horizons, in certain materials, in certain properties. And if we define them and we define a threshold value of the development, then we can consider them diagnostic, and much less decision is left for the individual judgment. I think it was one of the real big steps in soil classification. So in the diagnostic approach, horizons, properties, materials, these are elements, very essential blocks to support the objective soil classification. They are established as set of properties for specific intervals of the soil body. So instead of just having properties, it's set and it refers to a certain part of the soil body. And also, they carry very important information themselves. And that's very important, regardless to which class the certain diagnostic belongs to. So it is supporting not only classification, but it provides a diagnosis for the soil for management and conservation purposes. If we have the diagnostics, and then if we have the presence or the coexistence of some diagnostics, we can also judge capability to supply soil functions. So we see many works that are dealing with soil function, and fortunately more and more approach is related to the diagnostics. There is another very important thing, that when we are mapping, most of the time the map unit is a class, a soil type, a reference group, or a lower unit. And often the spatial extent of the diagnostics are not the same. Just for you to understand, here we have the map based on the European soil database 1 to 1 million. On the left, you see the reference groups belonging to the Chenozymes, the Castanozymes, and the Phaeozymes as dominant soils, and they are covering together 4.7% of the area. And that time, actually, when it was prepared, the Chenic horizon was not present. So all of them had mollic horizons. But on the right side, you see all the soils that have the mollic horizon. So the mollic horizon has a different extent, much bigger. And it's very important if a soil is not belonging to those groups, but still has a mollic horizon. It's a very important piece of information related to soil function, related to carbon sequestration, related to preserve carbon and so forth. It's another example. So the glacier soils occupy about 5.3% of the territory of Eurasia, actually. But on the right side, you see the soils that are having the glacial properties. It's very important that we have the spatial extent, so the diagnostic elements are really very important elements to understand some features. But unfortunately, we don't have the same definition for the diagnostics. If we could have the same definition, then correlation and compilation of global maps would be much easier. And this is very well exemplified in the case of the Atlas of the Northern Circumpolar region. So when the Atlas was compiled, national data were used and some international data was used. So soil taxonomy considers jelly soil actually on the after the histosoil, right? Or above. Above. So jelly, a soil, if it has the evidences of a cric horizon, or I don't have the exact definition, it's a jelly soil. In Russia, if a soil has all these, but there is more soil development, then higher in the priority is given to the developed horizon, so it's a cryozone. In the WRB, the cryosoils are coming after the histosoils. So the spatial distribution of the cold soils, if we consider these three very important systems, is absolutely different. It's very embarrassing. If we want to communicate information on a global level, where are the cold soils? Then we say, it depends if we use whichever system. But if we use the diagnostics of where are the cric horizons, and if those are at least defined similarly, I think we would have a much better situation. So I suggest that we keep it in mind not to go too far from each other. This was hierarchy. So these maps are different from each other because the priorities of the systems are different. So the hierarchy is sometimes causing a lot of problem in correlation, but not only in correlation, because many of the soils carry the properties of many soil types, and the key takes care. So that is taking care of the priority within the system. But often in the hierarchic system, some properties may not be acknowledged. And we experienced it, sorry, Curtis, I'm always coming up with the gypsy soils. So sometimes if you have a lot of gypsum in soil taxonomy in the hierarchic system, gypsum is not really acknowledged. So I think the next very big step was dissolving the hierarchy and introducing the qualifiers. I think in soil classification, qualifiers are a really big step. Because the established properties can be acknowledged, no matter on what level, because we have the hierarchy only on the first level, we have the key. And after that, every established diagnostic feature can be acknowledged in the classification. Of course, we are not using it in oral communication, I mean, not all of them. And recording all of them, I think it's very important in different applications, but later I will say but we have to be a little bit more careful with the number of those. Okay, the next, it's not a big step. I think it was not a step forward. I think it was a little bit step backward that we a little bit complicated the definitions. What you see here is the definition of the mollic epipoda in soil taxonomy. Of course, you don't have to read. This is the skeleton. of the definition. And this is occupying 1.5 pages. It has 9 major diagnostic requirements. It has 6 sub-requirements. It has 2 third-level sub-requirements. It includes 10 ors and 10 and. And all this is referring to structure, color, base saturation, organic carbon, and depths. So it's just very difficult to teach and follow up. So actually, it's almost the same in the WRV. Now I'm making a little bit big step. I think one of the next very big step in classification, in describing soils, and of course, since the result is supporting the decisions in soil classification, I think it is the development in observation of the profile and horizons. Oh, sorry, I went the wrong way. So when we are in the profile, generally there are a set of properties that we try to identify, but there are always very big individual differences in the observation, as we experienced on our field trip. Is there a lithological discontinuity? Where is the horizon boundary? Are there hydromorphic features or not? How much? Is the carbonate secondary or not? So these are decisions that need a little bit of support, and we do have a lot of modern tools that we can apply. It's proximal sensing and remote sensing, micromorphology, and digital soil morphometrics. And I don't want to talk about those too much. I think most of you know what proximal sensing means, that we are not in direct, it's not invasive. It's a very close touch with the soil, and getting the signal, we can predict the information, but we should never forget that calibration is still absolutely necessary when we are using proximal sensing data. But it helps in the field. Actually, the price of these devices are very different. So when you use an XRF, it's not so cheap, but you can identify differences in the profile, even on the elemental composition. And of course, the interpretation is still very important. And there are some small, less expensive devices that we shared with you in the field. But actually, I want to tell to the colleagues who came to the field trip, I think it was very exciting to try it. But I think we should still take the Munsell color chart with us. Not only because it may not detect the right color, but we have to know how that color looks like. So it's just not that it's 10YR 3/2. I think we still have to visualize and know what it means that a mollic horizon generally has that color. So I think it is only an assisting tool, but it's not a tool by itself. Micromorphology, I think we experienced on the field trip how much help micromorphology can be in soil classification. It helps to decide about accumulations of carbonate, accumulations of gypsum, and there is a very big advance in this. In the spatial, the spectral, the radiometric, temporal resolution, and there is a very big increased computational capacity. So these tools are really promising. And it's not really in sequence in time, but I think one of the very big steps in classification is the computer. Most of the classification systems, including soil taxonomy, including WRB, almost all the national classification systems were developed before the computer was available. And it's very interesting that even Guy Smith, in 1986, before he died, there was this famous Guy Smith interview when people were asking him questions. Why did you decide about this class? Why did you decide about that boundary? Why did you decide about the depths? And he didn't know. He just said that was my best guess, but if someone can come up with something, perhaps a computer, there was no computer at that time, someday when we get enough data stored, perhaps we can come up with relations that would suggest something that no one has thought before. So with our human brain, we have ideas, we have properties, and we compare soils based on our properties, but using our human brain. But the computer I think was a very big step, and pedometrics, I think, was a fantastic step in understanding differences in soil. And we know that pedometrics is an application of mathematical and statistical methods in soil studies. So the Universal Soil Classification Working Group that is not as active as it should be, or it's not as commonly working together as it should, but there is a lot of work going on in the background. With these mathematical approaches, we can evaluate the depth functions, we can do dissimilarity studies, calculating existing taxonomic distances, and we can also define existing soil groups with similar properties in space. I cannot go into very big details, that would need an entire lecture, but the Centroid approach means what we are using in the Universal Soil Classification Working Group, that if you have enough data, you can create some average profiles of the same taxa based on major soil differentiation properties that we base on soil classification on. And actually, these are the data that we mostly use for set depth intervals. And we have a continuous depth function of those properties. So if you create those centroids, you can evaluate the depth function. And here is an example for the mollisol order. So we have the depth function of organic carbon on this figure for the mollisol grade groups. And the one which is the thickest, the brown line, that's the total average of the grade groups. And we can see that we expected anyway that soils with a high amount of sodium, the natrock walls, are a little bit different. No, that's the other slide, sorry. The red one actually is the haplorandol. The very shallow ones with high organic matter on the top that can sit on hard rock are a little bit different, a little bit outliers. And soil taxonomy doesn't have a leptosol group, so maybe they have to think about to come up with those shallow soils. And the other example is actually now we see still the mollisols, and this is showing the depth function of the exchangeable sodium. So you can see that the natrock wall is giving a very different figure in the depth function. Of course, we have to look at all the data. These are just only examples. But we can have the centroids created by using all the characteristics, and one taxa can have one centroid, and we can compare how close or far they are from each other taxonomically, and we can define it numerically. So don't look at this table in big details. This is just showing that we can come up with numbers that are showing the differences between soils based on those properties, based on set intervals, and we can calculate it, but we can also visualize. On this figure, you can see the taxonomic distances of all the grade groups in soil taxonomy. One color is showing the grade groups in one order. And this is plotted along the first three principal coordinates. And what it shows, the dots of the same colors are the grade groups of one order, showing how far they are from each other based on those properties for the depth intervals. And it wouldn't take a long time to really interpret, but if you look at the black dots, those are the vertisols. They are relatively close to each other. If you look at the aridisols, sorry, Curtis again, the aridisols are scattering all the way. So this is showing, this is the first time when based on the computer, based on a huge amount of data, you can calculate those differences that we are trying to make based on our brain. We can also calculate them. But we have to be careful which properties we use, which depths we use, what kind of data you use. So there are also some dangers how we use it. Actually, this was the first step in evaluating the pedometric applications, and first step, and we went further with the working group of Universal Soil Classification. And actually, after this first set based on US and the WISE data was created, we added more data. And on this figure, the black dots are coming from the Australian soil data, showing that the centroids of all the taxa of the Australian classification are not totally covering the space what we had from the US and the WISE data, showing that some of the soils are not exactly belonging to the same kind of soil. So when we are doing these centroids, we need a lot of data. We can define where are existing entities that are the same. I hope you could understand what I was trying to say. And if some of them are matching exactly, that means those are existing soil units. Actually, the next step is that the Brazilian data and the French data was added, and those centroids were added, so we can tell more where are those centroids that are existing. And I think our colleague who was talking about the 20,000 profiles in Mexico, I think that should be added to this study. So the more data is added, the better interpretation we can have. This will be presented in Glasgow by Alex McBratney, so if you have an interest, we can go to deeper discussions. Now, so the major steps, the Dokuchaev formula, obviously, the systematic description of the profile, introducing the diagnostics and the key, introducing the qualifiers, applications of modern observation tools, and application of pedometrics. And this is not the end of my talk yet, sorry. But this is summarizing the major step that I thought are the major steps in soil classification. But I have to go back to 2006. And this is Otto Spargaren. Unfortunately, Otto is not with us anymore. He was a key person in the development of the WRB. And Otto gave a talk. And the title of the talk in Philadelphia was Wittingly Reaching Babel. And this talk was about how great the qualifiers were, but he also expressed his concern. He was worried that the number of qualifiers in 1998 were 121, then it increased in 2006 to 179. Now in the 2015, we have 185. And the specifiers and sub-qualifiers and everything is increasing. So these were his suggestions he made how to eschew Babel in the coming years. And he wrote this in 2006, but he's not with us. Maybe he would have changed his mind a little bit. But I thought we should acknowledge Otto's thoughts. It's the consolidation of the reference groups, critical review of the functionality of the qualifiers. Why we have a qualifier? What is the function of introducing a new qualifier or specifier or whatever? And I don't read the whole thing, but I think I just wanted to give a little thought to that. And these are my suggestions following Otto. So I think we have to be careful not to reach Babel. And just an example, this was our beautiful soil in the Sierra Madre in the pine forest. The final classification, it's a Luvic, Vetric, Vertic, Endocalcic, Phaeozem, Chromic, Catocleic, Epireptic. How in the world we can communicate it to users, other sciences, or to the public? Very difficult. I think we had so much fun. Is it Kato or not Kato? And this group is generally together, but most of the time we talk among ourselves. But it's very important that we somehow communicate it to users. So that's one thing, and I will summarize in a summary slide. The other is why we are doing the soil profile. So we have the soil body concept that said the pedon is the smallest body volume in the landscape that represents a soil pattern. And the profile is a two-dimensional section exposed where we characterize the pedon. If the profile is classified too precisely, it may not represent other pedants of the polypedants. I think it's a danger. If you go maybe 2 meters apart, it is not representing something 2 meters apart. So based on that, careful not to reach Babel. And these are just not related exactly to the slide before, but I think we found that we still have to harmonize methodology. So we had to adjust methodology. I suggest that we establish a task force within Commission 1.4, dealing with methodology, both field and lab. And also, I suggest that we establish a task force on easy communication of classification information, some simplified names, maybe infographics. So and I'm not saying that we should not be precise. We have to be, but to be able to communicate, we need some simplified versions of our outcomes. Okay, and this is really my last slide. So we are celebrating more than 20 years of these classification conferences. I think we need another 20 years to go, at least. And thank you very much. I don't know if there are questions or we finish, or I don't know what is the procedure.
Let me see if there are some questions on Facebook. Thank you very much for this keynote conference. And I don't know if there is some questions at the streaming, but I don't know if there are some questions in the public, or we can continue with the program. Okay, yeah.
So the numerical statistical approach is being built. Oh, you need this. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Erica, the way you described it, the numerical statistical approach is being built on our current concepts. So the data, whether it's, mollusols or other taxa, in terms of gathering the data is very skewed. It's not random whatsoever. You have these soil scientists with the genesis in their head that will take a representative profile. Okay, so is that a problem, trying to build statistics on something that's built on 100 years of genesis? Should we just start over and base it on random statistics?
Yes, it is a problem. But this is one approach. There are several approaches where they are when only from raw data some classes are generated, and then we are comparing the generated classes with existing human-made classes. But this would need an entire big lecture. I'm not the greatest expert, so I think you should come to the meeting of the Universal Soil Classification Working Group, and there are other approaches. But of course, it's very important to test first and not throw away what we have. So that's one way to do it, to test what we have. And the other way is to generate absolutely new classes. But there are some very extreme fanatic ways that people are coming up, not with names, but numbers. And that would be very scary for a group that is doing WRB in the field with all the specifiers and so forth. So I think for the time being, communication, I think, also has to be gradual to introduce the numerical approaches. There are other approaches, but I didn't talk about those. And yes, that's a problem.
Any other question?
I am coming from Cuba. Excuse me my poor English language. Dr. Micheli, you give us a very good conference. In this conference, there is present the two School of Soil Classification, the Russian, who is the soil forming and process forming of soil formation, and the soil taxonomy, and besides the world reference base. But my country is very little to apply the world reference base of or the soil taxonomy is very hard. In tropical soil, I think it's necessary first make a union between soil factor and process of soil formation with diagnostic and characteristic horizon. We are making that in Cuba. And besides the degree of soil evolution, that in the French soil classification is a very good example. For example, from young soil or can be soil to alitic or ferritic soil. There are some degrees. And it takes in account, for example, Stanley Buell gives us the process of soil formation of vertisoils. In Cuba, we have some step of this soil formation, so that there are characteristic diagnostic and horizon diagnostic of vertisoil. Each country has its very variation of soil properties, and apply the world reference base or soil taxonomy is not easy. So that each country make some approach, I don't know in English, to the soil classification. I think it's very important to take in account two problems: factors and process of soil formation and horizon and characteristics diagnostic. It's very important. So we are trying to make this in Cuba, and we are making now a soil taxonomic classification. Thank you.
So thank you for the comment. I guess it's a comment, not a question, so I don't feel I have to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Erika Micheli. So we are going to continue with the program, and now let me introduce the conveners for the next lectures, the PhDs, Maria Carmen Gutierrez and Peter Schad, that are going to introduce the next lectures and will moderate the questions for the next lectures.
Gracias. Yeah, good morning also from our side, Carmen Gutierrez Castorena and Peter Schad. We have the honor to moderate the sessions of today. And you probably know that we have a hard job, because our task is to make sure that you fit the time. Okay? Everybody has 20 minutes. And 20 minutes, that means the last minutes are for discussion. So make sure that you end after 15, 16 minutes or so, more or less. Okay, but maybe I should have started with a general good morning to everybody and recall that we are very happy that we have this meeting, that we have both, that we had the field tour, which was really exciting, and that we have now 3 interesting days of Congress. So thanks to the organizers and to everybody who made it possible. Now let's start with the first presentation. It's by Ben Harms from Australia. Welcome. And your topic is arenasols, a new soil order for Australia. Of course, because we want to see it as well, we will sit down in the auditory and then come back.
Thank you and good morning. I was expecting to have a coffee before this presentation. I thought there was a break, so it's a little bit of a surprise. But I've got some water. Thank you. Is there a hand controller? No. So in 2020, this was going to be about a proposal to introduce arenasols into the Australian soil classification, but now that has been done. So this is like a review and looking back at the process and what's happened. And to acknowledge my co-authors, Noel Shocknecht and Bernie Powell. So firstly, the Australian soils. This is the approximate correlation to the whoops, sorry. Yeah. Approximate correlation, very approximate correlation with the world reference-based soil groups. So just to highlight 3 things. First of all, our abruptic group of soils, our group of abruptic soils, which are solognettes, mainly lixosols and acrosols. Not too many allosols, Carl, and luvisols. And there's a picture of abruptic solognettes. We also have lots of vertisols, 12% of the country, 1 million kilometres squared of vertisols seen in grey, in the grey zones on the map. And lots of arenasols, deep sandy soils, which are common in the inland areas, but also, of course, in alluvial sediments and so forth. But then when we look at the map of the Australian soils, according to the Australian soil classification, in the first and second editions, we did not have arenasols. So the soils that you just saw before that were in arenasols WRB were grouped into 2 soil orders, tenasols and rudisols. And they're very large groups, making up 41% of the country as tenasols and rudisols. You can see the pale yellow colours here. So they were our soil groups in the first and second edition. So this is a schematic diagram, the 14 orders. We can see the anthroposols, the organosols, podosols, vertisols coming out early, and then our abruptic group, and then split on pH, sidicity, within the B horizon of the abruptic soils, and calcareous throughout. So that does include deep sands. It's a mistake. Calcareous soils used to include some deep, shelly, sandy soils. And then coming down to the soils, which are the weak pedologic organisation, the tenasols and the rudisols. So the tenasols are at the bottom, like entasols in the soil classification and regisols in entasols soil taxonomy and regisols in WRB. The tenasols are the last group, which are the leftovers, but also with the tenic, weakly developed, the cambic, often with a cambic horizon. So moving on, so why the drivers for a new soil order, to introduce a new soil order, was a big process to add another order into the system. Part of the reason was that there was complaints with tennosols, that they're too big, they cover too much diversity. They are a leftover group, but there is a lot of variation in the tennosols. So they're hard to visualize and characterize just exactly what a tennosol is. And then there was a subjective split between the tennosols and the rudisols in terms of the degree of pedologic development, especially in sandy soils. Was it a rudisol or a tennosol? So if we can split out so these are some examples of tennosols. So we've got a durasol there, a shallow chernozem there, and a deep sand there, all classifying as tennosols in the Australian system. So tennosols in WRB were cambosols, leptosols, arenosols, regosols, and sometimes even we were getting classifications of lithosols, luvisols, because there was a clay coatings and a argic horizon. And likewise in soil taxonomy, in septosols, iridosols, entosols, and some alphasols. And there's a few more examples. That's one of our gravelly sesquioxide nodules, and that's another one, a leptosol, similar to one we saw on the field trip here. So, but meanwhile, amongst a deep sand is something that occurs and is recognised and has been used in soil information documents. And when soils are mapped in areas, they're often referring to sands. So sandy soils are recognised for social classifications, if you like. Informal soil classifications are referring to sandy soils. So there was a disconnect between what we had in the soil classification and what people, the farmers and users of the soil, how they were talking about soils. They were talking about deep sands, but where are the deep sands in the Australian soil classification? Well, they're tennosols, rudisols. So, and meanwhile also, arenosols were already recognised internationally. So this was one of the early, based on the world soil map. So we can see, in fact, that Australia, in fact, has about 18% of the arenosols that were on this original map. So, as I've said, the deep sands were spread over 3 orders: the tennosols, rudisols, and also some calcaresols, because they're calcasols, but they also include some shelly sands. So the soil classification in Australia is open for change because it was designed to be flexible. As the new knowledge became available, it should be facilitate revision. And just to illustrate the new knowledge, since the first edition of the Australian Soil Classification in 1996, there were 14,000 characterised soil profiles, but in 2018 there's now 137,000 characterised profiles. So there's a lot more knowledge. The database is a lot more comprehensive than they were when the system was first set up. So the question is, was the system of classification, is it catering sufficiently well for the diversity of soils that we have? So some of these issues were addressed in the third edition, including the arenosol order, but there were numerous other changes, additions and subtractions to the other orders. And just to point out that unlike the previous editions, the third edition of the Australian Soil Classification is available online as a download ebook or a PDF document that you can download for free. So that it's just easy to search on Google. So now we have 15 soil orders. We've put in arenasols here just before rutasols and tenasols. So they are sands 1 metre deep, and the deep sands that were previously in calcaresols are now have dropped down to arenasols. So fitting the arenasols into the ASC, we had to tweak, adjust slightly the general principles, because we didn't have a depth criterion in any of the other orders except for organosols. There is obviously a soil organic material criteria in the top 1 metre of the soil for organosols, but the other orders, there was no depth criteria. So now we've inserted the 1 metre depth criterion for the arenosol order. So that was a conceptual change that was a little bit difficult for some of the traditional pedologists. So these are the diagnostics for our order, the sandy field texture. We've got relatively small amounts of coarse fragments tolerated, so only 10% compared to WOB 40%, and the soil taxonomy cements allow up to 35% of the rock fragments, no hard layers. And we can have finer textures as long as it's not occupying more than 20% of the upper 1 metre of the soil profile. And that was the change that was necessary for calcaresols. And then it took out the issue of working out with those shelly sands, was there any secondary carbonate present, or was it simply just primary shell material? So now we don't have to decide that. Any profile composed of deep shelly sand is a calcaresol. So we still, the issue of how we classify is based on what we see, and it largely depends on how deep we can see into the soil profile. So here's a very deep profile that goes about 10 to 12 metres deep. So we've got a soil here with A horizon, E horizon, and we've got the spotic horizon here. We call it a BHS, and then we've got buried layers here. So the spotic horizon comes in at 4 metres. So if we just auger sample soil down to 3 metres, we will classify that as an arenosol. If we go to 4 metres, we'll classify it in the Australian soil classification as a podosol. But if it's a WRB classification, even if we auger to 4 metres, it will still be an arenosol. Bathyspodic, recognising that the spotic horizon is below below 2 metres. So that's still an issue. So there's just two case studies here. This is a soil that is one of our texture contrast soils. We've got a sodic B horizon, just about 1 metre, slightly more than 1 metre deep. So that's a natric horizon, ESP20, but it's coming in at 1.02 metres. And that's just pure sand, and there's really no development of any horizon features. There's no BW horizon within that sandy layer. So that's just our A and E horizon. So in the Australian soil classification, we still call that a sodosol. It meets the arenosol criteria, but we classify as a sodosol because the sodosol comes out first, and there is no depth limit on the occurrence of the sodic layer. Now, but another issue is that a classification mismatch is caused by the different types particle size criteria used are different in Australia compared to WRB or to Europe and USA. So our silts are 2 to 20 micron size, but the silt in the USDA is 2 to 50. So really, to correlate our soils with WRB and soil taxonomy, we need to convert our textures, into the USDA. They're done here into the USDA textures, classes, and we do have a pedo transfer function to do that to the USDA. So we're converting our sand and silt fractions into the USDA sand and silt fractions. And then when we plug these values into the texture triangle, we find that sort of the top layer in green, that textures as a loamy sand, and then the next layer is also just on the edge of the loamy sand, but the bottom layer of that profile is classified, it comes out as a sandy loam on the USDA texture triangle. But according to our data and our field textures, it's clearly an arenosol, because it was a coarse sand only throughout, and the clay content was less than 10% throughout. But still, there's a classification mismatch. So now we have the new soil map of Australia, soils according to ASC 3rd edition, and we have stated the arenosols. So we're looking at the same map now with the new orders. We've got 21% of the country approximately mapped as arenosols, and then we've got much less area of tenosols, rudisols, and a little bit less area of calcaresols. So that's it. And so just in summary, generally been favourably received, but it's still, the message that we have a new order is still to get out to everybody. We're still having products produced, a recent map produced by CSIRO, which didn't include arenosols because they just didn't bother to update the data. It's a better representation of Australian soils. It's a much better correlation with WIB and soil taxonomy, but there's still some classification mismatches, some disharmony in our diagnostic data. So, gracias, thank you. And any questions?
Thank you, Ben, for this interesting and colorful presentation. And thanks for keeping the time. Now we have 3 minutes left for questions and comments. Who wants to ask something, comment on something? Really, nobody? Yes, Erica, please.
I don't know. I think it would be just so intense.
Other questions, comments? No? Okay. So thanks again, Ben.
All right.
And our next speaker is Thank you. Our next speaker is Cezary Kawawa from Poland, and his topic is classification of soils in cold and arid climate of the East Pamir Mountains, northeast Tajikistan. So let's do an excursion to Tajikistan.
Thank you very much. Poland is located far from Pamir Mountains, but as we already are here in Mexico, we can see pedologists are people who may make observation and research far from home. So also I was invited to Pamir Mountains, and I will not talk about generally characterize the soils of the area, because the topic of our session is talking about new contribution to soil classification. So I will concern on selected issues related to classification, making some problems. Just from specific area, Pamir Mountains, called sometimes roof of the world, located in most eastern Tajikistan, close to the Chinese and Kyrgyzstan border, already around the Kizilkum Lake, altitudes above 4,000 meters. Climate of this area, especially of this most eastern part of Pamir Mountains, is characterized in literature as cold ultracontinental climate, and the larger meteo existing for a longer time located in close to the Karakul Lake at about 4,000 meters above sea level indicates mean annual air temperature circa about -4, and mean annual precipitation only circa about 70 millimeters. So it is very, very, we can see, if we can compare with data, for example, here for Mexico, it is really dry, really cold. For our project, we created a provisional meteo station just for 1 or 2 years. Unfortunately, it is lost there. Located very close to the Uesu Glacier, so it is higher, located at 4,400 meters circa about, and the conditions are even worse, or even harsher there. So mean annual temperature -7, mean annual soil or ground temperature at the depth of 50 centimeters minus circa about 1, so it is below 0. But we didn't find their permafrost down to at least 200 centimeters. And going to classifications, American classification of temperature regime, we can say it is gelic, and moisture regime aridic, if I properly understood the criteria. Naturally, the temperature is highly diversified through a year. There is a graphical indication of daily changes in temperatures, so it is going down even to -8 in summer, but no lower, and up to 10, 12 in the so-called summer. Okay, so this is characterization, but what is the topic of this presentation? If we look to soil classification, the indication of this harsh climate, specific environmental conditions in soil taxonomy are clear, because the moisture and temperature regime have direct imprint in soil name. But what about WRB, where we do not use directly the temperature and moisture regimes, but rather we look for soil features observable in the field, which should represent those specific conditions. So looking on the soils, watching the soils, and having knowledge about environment, do we have really specific representation of these conditions in WRB classification? Do it reflect the conditions and soil properties? A few words about environment. There are several places of study, so we don't have time, unfortunately, to talk about all interesting cases. I will talk only about 2 today. Uesu Glacier Valley, beautiful system of glacial fluvial terraces. We didn't make direct dating because there was it was not possible to do it, but from other similar works, we know that a similar system of end moraines here in violet and various glacial fluvial terraces creates or covers entire Holocene period. So we may say the end moraines represents late Pleistocene or very early Holocene, and the next 3 levels of terraces represent various stages of Holocene, and our profiles were located. I will talk about profiles located only on terraces. Few pictures also from this area. So what is first the best visible? Generally, lack of vegetation. Yes, so harsh climate. There is vegetation. We will talk about this, but very scarce. I will talk today only about the soils on the second, this medium terrace. because we don't have time. Each case is slightly different, but they are the most representative and probably the most interesting for this discussion. As I told, from relative dating, we can say that soils, that the area was developed 3,000-5,000 years ago, and yes, 3-4 times years ago, and no, sorry, before Christ. So it is plus 2000. Sorry, I did not indicate this. So the period of soil formation is quite long, few thousand years. And please look the profile. No visible horizonation, very poorly developed A horizon, very poor marked change of color. In this soil, in soils of these terraces, as I told, we didn't recognize permafrost down to not only 2 meters, but even deeper. What we have, very high content of gravel, even up to 85% throughout the profile. Texture is sandy, sometimes sandy loamy, low electrical conductivity, or even very low electrical conductivity, very low saturation with sodium, high content of calcium carbonate, but really invisible, how to say, secondary accumulations, and the reaction of soil and comparison of soils at various terraces, even of very fresh materials, indicates our similar content of carbonates and similarly lacking secondary carbonates visible in any forms. And also, it is poorly vertically diversified if we are talking about the content of carbonates throughout the profile. Low gypsum content, much below our limits to indicate this as important feature. High pH, so neutral or rather alkaline, and base saturation naturally close or just 100%. Soil organic carbon, very low. Even in the topsoil horizon, typically no higher than 0.2. Sometimes at the third terrace, it was up to 1% when we had animals, but it was absolutely unique situation. And naturally decreasing with depth. What we have at the topsoil, we have pavement. We have beautiful pavement, but it is pavement of fluvial origin, and we cannot observe varnish as we expect in aridic environments, especially stable aridic environments, as you can see on the stones, his pebbles. No ventifacts. They clearly are originated from fluvial processes. But what is interesting, there is the thickness of this pavement is quite large. So there are 2 or 3 levels of stones. So if we compare this pavement with first terrace or fresh sediments, we can say that we can expect that some part of fine particles, sand or silt, was simply removed from the older terraces by aeolian processes. So we may say there are observable some how to say results of wind action, but negative, not positive, we can say, on these terraces. And what? And no carbonate cappings or any other visible accumulations on any side of the stones. What is also interesting at the topsoil, according to classification, naturally, surface horizons, the fine earthy surface horizon directly below the pavement, have typically platey structures, sometimes thick plates, but sometimes it is unstable depending of the site, and beautifully developed vesicular structures. Here on this picture, maybe not visible. It is better visible in more silty soils when vesicles have even up to 6 millimeters of the diameter. So there are beautiful structures, and also other structures, we can say pseudomorph of ice needles from but there are pictures from other profiles, and according to classification of those soils. The first question is, do the soils have craic horizon? yes, because we expect close to the glacier, but no permafrost. But as we remember, the definition of cryotic horizon allows us, the soils, recognizing cryotic without permafrost if we have temperature below zero. It is here, as I told, mean, not permanently, but mean temperature is below zero. But not enough water to create ice crystals. Yes, and the question is this, how to say, requirement met here? If we have moisture in summer, temperature above zero and moisture 8 to 15%, and we have rooting throughout the soil down to at least 120 centimeters. It is not, how to say, continuous rooting, it is discrete rooting depending on the vegetation, especially there is, I am not specialist in vegetation, but Krashennikovia ceratoides is such species which has very deep going roots. So we have vegetation, we have activity, and in our opinion, enough water to develop. But so this is why we did not recognize here cryotic horizon. If we do not recognize cryotic horizon in such conditions, we have to go according to classification to leptosols, mostly to leptosols, due to the high content of skeleton throughout the profiles. And what we have in leptosols for such soils, calcaric, hyperskeletic leptosol, probably fluvic, but I am not sure of this fluvic on very old terraces. We discussed this several times also in Mongolia. Gelic, yes, ocric, and at the moment we would like to add yermic, but we don't have probably aridic properties, so yermic is also questionable, even if, as I told, the structures are beautifully developed here. So what we can say, too dry, too cold for clear development of horizons, too dry for secondary salts, carbonates, gypsum accumulations. But where are the indicators of these extreme environments? Hidden somewhere in supplementary qualifiers only, and even questionable. So my suggestion here is just to push the most important qualifiers, at least in poorly developed soil reference groups, such like leptosols or arenosols, regosols, to primary qualifiers. And what was discussed also, to change definition to disrupt the connection between aridic and yermic and other, to allow yermic recognition even if aridic is not allowed. The other question is, should such soils be classified as leptosol really, or maybe to regosols if they don't have hard rock? It is another question. And a few words about the second case. 50 kilometers away, close to Karakul Lake, beautifully developed Holocene terraces close to the lake, and a few meters higher Pleistocene terraces with a very common thermokarst phenomena, both as sliding and also creating of small ponds, lakes, because we can observe in these tertiary Pleistocene terraces, we can observe beautiful permafrost at the depth even 70-80 centimeters. Naturally, it is not visible here in colors, but maybe on the right picture it is visible that it is, how to say, hard surface. It was cut as in ice containing some mineral soil. What is interesting in these soils? In this soil, permafrost at 70-80 centimeters, turbation, cryoturbation, rather poor development of horizons, but distinct accumulation of organic matter and beautifully developed crusts at the surface. Few words about chemistry of this soil. So what we have here, pH very high, maybe not very high, but higher than typically than 8.5, high concentration of carbonates, and in those soils, secondary carbonates were rather visible, but as very small accumulations, and also the difference in carbonate content allows us, according to our rules, to distinguish, to recognize calcic horizon. What is interesting here? Electrical conductivity, which is quite high, but not enough high in upper mineral horizons if we do not take into account the crust to recognize saline horizon. Yes, so I am very happy with new proposals coming from Peter, from various discussions, to involve also crust, because it is specific situation. Do we have thick, beautifully crust and vegetation typical for saline soils, and we cannot recognize saline horizon? Yes, so inclusion of saline allows us to recognize saline, but we have to clarify the technique of calculation, how to calculate this, how to say this result of how to say thickness and the content of saline electrical conductivity. Also quite low, maybe not quite low content of gypsum, but accumulated only in the very topsoil horizon and in the crust. Among anions, as you can see, dominating sulfides, chloride, not so many. So the question how to classify this beautiful soil with permafrost, naturally it is cryosol, naturally it is turbic, reductiaquic. We will not discuss this qualifier. It is calcic, as I told. At the moment, as I told us, also we cannot say it is saline. At the moment also, we cannot say it has any crust at the surface, yes, because it was not allowed in cryosols. So the research from Pamir Mountains, from these extreme environments, indicates us that it is absolutely possible combinations of cryosols and saline, various kinds of saline soils with all features of saline soils, including crusts, yes? And as I told, it is very close to be both calcic, salic, to have both calcic, salic, and very close, but it is not met here, to gypsic also. So what is also our suggestion to the next classification, just to allow in cryosols indication of such properties. So the conclusion, I already said that the classifications work very well, even in such extreme environments, but at the moment, there are some lacking qualifiers, lacking characteristics to properly, how to say, show the important ecological properties of those soils. We discussed here that we should merge processes, characteristics, and also ecological functions or productivity of soils. And in this case, those qualifiers are important. I am very happy that many of our findings here are already under discussion to the next version, and I hope they will be introduced. Some of the data were published, but only parts, because during of our questions, we, how to say, waited for some changes to publish in a new version with new names. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Cesare, for your interesting excursion to Tajikistan, your very informative excursion to Tajikistan. We have a little bit time, 2 minutes for questions and comments, please. Who wants? Yeah, please.
Cesare, you mentioned that you, in some fluvial surfaces, did not. I think it's well heard. Better in this way. You mentioned that in some younger fluvial surfaces with stone pavement, you did not observe desert varnish. However, I suppose that on the older surfaces and some rock outcrops, you saw this feature because it is typical surface feature, geological surface feature of this region. Then the questions are, first, do you consider this neoformation as a pedogenetic object? And second, if yes, do you see some chance to include it in the classification definition?
Thank you. Thank you. The last question, the last answer. In fact, partly it is already included because in aridic qualifier, we included varnish as one of feature to recognize aridic properties. Yes, but as we know, discussion is just to exclude this. Yes, because of questionable position. According to the first, we observed varnish on larger stones or in general on stones only on the Pleistocene, late Pleistocene moraines. And what we can say, according to physical disruption, physical weathering of the stones, it is destroyed. So we can, in many places it was destroyed. So in our opinion, it is quite old feature now under rather destruction and no formation. On terraces, glacial fluvial terraces, we never observed varnish, so it may be also some remodeling of terraces. We cannot, I couldn't show, we don't have time, but on the oldest terrace, the highest terrace, we can recognize beautiful turbation, cryoturbation in some places. We are also not sure they are active, they are rather older, but if we have cryoturbation and some patterned grants, we can expect that also stones are moving and varnish and these conditions cannot form, and also other features from aridic or aeolian action cannot fully develop if we have some movement of stones. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for the discussion. Thanks again, Cesare. So the time for this topic is over. The next is virtual. I hope the technique will work. It's by Maria Pornikova from Moscow. Pyrogenic features on soils and paleosols. Do we need a special qualifier? So I hand over to the people who manage the technique, and welcome, Maria.
Okay. Can you hear me? But
yes, PhD Maria, we can see you and we can hear you.
Can you
yes, but I share the screen, but it's not.
We're stabilizing the connection
the screen.
at the auditorium.
It's appearing, I think. So, dear colleagues, I'm happy to be here, even though virtually. And to express my gratitude to the organizers who participate in the conference virtually. It is very important for me. And I'll tell you about some pyrogenic features in soils. And I should say the classification, soil classification at all, but I'm a user of, and the classification tool, and probably my view is quite a simple one, but user I also should express my experience here. I cannot change the slide. Yes, that's it. As everyone knows, fire's common impact both on natural and anthropogenic landscapes, and means that fire-affected soils are widely spread all over the world. And here you can see fire map where every yellow or red dot a very short period of time. So you can imagine how and widespread this impact in the planet. It was about wildfires, but we know that fire human beings from the very beginning of their history, and it it's related to cities and very common in all settling areas, even in our. So yeah, for the last several decades, these topics of fire archives in paleogeography, got very important, and you see that in all data there are lots of works related, but we do not instrument in soil classification to express these features related to fires, or nearly do not have. In see just several big reviews devoted to the this from geosystems and in archaeological contexts. And I would like to show just several very different sources in different environments where we found the fire events. I'm sorry, it's very slow. Yes. The first example, archaeological context, is in archaeological context. This is the medieval settlement, fortress in Delta alluvial plain of Serbia. This is that is very important. This is nearly free of forest vegetation, because normally we in natural landscapes we most of fire events related to forested areas, but here also we in habitation deposits there are lots of features related to fire, both for fires as local and others related to the local use of fire. And morphology, in field morphology, big units which can be fallen big areas in open excavations, and just full of charcoals and stratified inside the layers. This we suspect to be related to fire events, to settlement. And other features are related to fires. They are localized in the sequences and not well stratified, and the normal quite thin, because all these objects cleaned during usage, and the material of charcoals and pyrogenic calcite, because this is arid environment and it's very well preserved there. Then we move to the wildfire fires and soil sedimentary sequences. This is the The next site is located in the very north of Russia, This is Kiva landforms in Kola Peninsula, and you see very extensive layer with charcoals. They are not always very thick, but full of the charcoal material. And what is interesting, normally this fire event marked by this charcoal is underlined by the profiles of podosols. Of course, these soils are as podosols, but according to the genesis, they are podosols.
PhD Maria? Sorry for the interruption. Can you switch off your camera for improve your internet connection, please?
Oh, yes, I will try to do it. Yes, I stopped the camera.
Thank you very much. And you can say us when we change the slides. Just say next slide, please, and we move it.
Yeah, okay. Next slide, please.
Thank you very much.
So here you can see these little podosols in these soil sedimentary sequences related to fire events. Next slide, please. And as you see, according to the seafoam dating, these fire events, this is the nearly full Holocene record of fire events. The youngest one is related to something like 300 years, and the oldest one is the early Holocene. The next, please. So next fire archive is located also in the Russian North, Piniga district, Arkhangelsk region, and this is also very similar. This is also podosols and spodosols and arenasols. And next, please. And as you can see, these fire features here in these landscapes are very intrinsically distributed in the profiles, and actually never form the continuous layers. Next, please. Another example of fire archives is the south of Siberia, Tver Mountains, and this is located in the steppe environment under forested slopes. And this is important that here you also cannot see directly the layers of charcoals, but charcoals in big quantities incorporated in molic horizons. Next, please. The next example is the cryosols in southern Altai mountains, and here you see that fire-related features are very tiny and also do not form big layers, but they are very important according to the if to think about the history of the soils and landscapes. And also, I think they somehow should be included in classification. Next, please. The next example is the taiga of Fourth Baikalia region. And this is phyrexiums, and you see that also here charcoal material is incorporated in molic horizons, and doesn't form the continuous charcoal layer. Next, please. So about classification decisions, if we look in the actual classification, we do not see any qualifiers related to fire events, but in the previous version we had the carbonic qualifier, which related to the artifacts, organic carbon as artifacts. But in the first draft of the fourth edition of the WRB, to be presented in Glasgow, we find the pyrocarbonic qualifier, the new one, and Peter left the remark that this allows classifying charcoal hosts occurring in several groups, soil groups. So now we will have something about charcoal, about pyrogenic material. Next, please. But if to think about quantitative characteristics of this, first not about quantitative, but about the ideological, this carbonic qualifier, as I understand, offered also for artifacts, for artificial charcoal, for man-introduced charcoal, but it doesn't. It cannot take into account the wildfire charcoal material. And if you see quantitative characteristics, we see that it should have at least 5% of organic carbon. But as we see here, not always layers which are just which contain lots of charcoal have high quantities of organic carbon. As here you see that the biggest amount of organic carbon is a bit more than 4%. And if to think about the counting of grain counting of charcoals, I think it's too time consuming for as a characteristic for classification, and also not always it is the 5%. It is quite a big amount. So next, please. One more point, as we saw in several sites I shown in the presentation, quite often charcoal pyrogenic materials are included in Molic horizon. And if we think about content of organic carbon, the most part of organic carbon in such cases are soil carbon, soil organic carbon. Next, please. Probably magnetic susceptibility would be good quantitative characteristics for pyrogenic materials, because it's easily detectable in the field. Next, please. One more feature which is normally related to fires, it can be met both in natural environments and also in archaeological context. This is reddish burned mineral material rich in hematite. Next, please. This is the same feature in natural environment. Next, please. So, a wide variety of soils may include both pyrocarbonic and or mineral pyrogenic material. These materials can be related to human activities as artifacts, or can be introduced into the soil due to fires in natural environments. So, New pyrocarbonic qualifier may be applied not only for charcoal husk in anthropogenic context, but also for layers related to natural wildfire events. But in this case, the definition should be widened. Offered for pyrocarbonic qualifier quantitative criteria seem to be not very consistent. Often fire archives contain thin but numerous layers or series of layers reaching pyrocarbonic material. Thus, thickness more than 10 centimeters possibly not should be obligatory. Organic matter in fire-related layers very often has complex nature. It contains pyrogenic carbon, not completely combusted organic materials, and also soil organic matter. Thus, the content of organic carbon far from always correspond to organic carbon that meets the diagnostic criteria of artifacts. By grain counting artifacts of pyrolysis in the fraction which is mentioned in the new qualifier seem to be too time consuming for classification purposes. And burnt material, mineral burnt material has not been reflected in classification yet. Next, please. Thank you for your attention.
Your proposal. Thank you.
Okay, who should answer this question? Will you comment first, Maria? Would you like to comment first?
But I didn't hear it at all. I'm very sorry. Just the sound just appeared now.
Okay, so to the present suggestion for the new qualifier, it includes all the carbon that meets the criteria of artifacts that is purposefully made by humans. So biochar is included, but wildfire is not included. This is according to the current definition.
Yeah.
And I think, Maria, we will have in the next days an email exchange or maybe even a Zoom meeting to word this, to take on board your ideas for the new qualifier. Do you think this is possible?
Thank you. Yeah, I think so. Why not?
Okay, thank you. So I think we have, because it's a remote presentation, we should allow one more question. Yes, Elisabeth, please.
Thank you very much, Maria, for this, to put this point on the table, because we who work with paleosols and archaeological aspects, this issue is very important. My question is regarding the reddish areas that we usually observe, not only in the profile, but also in the thin sections. They also be included in these qualifiers, or how to separate? This is maybe also a question for the working group.
Yeah, thank you, Elizabeth. I think macromorphological identification of burnt material is quite important, but if the feature is well developed, we can observe it already in field. So the macromorphological diagnostic at all itself, I think, shouldn't be included in the qualifier characteristics. I think so.
Okay, thanks to everybody. Thanks to Maria. Thanks to those who made the technique. So all the best for you.
Thank you.
And our next topic is also virtual. It's by Tibor Novak from Hungary, Diagnostics and Classification of Vineyard Soils in Eastern Central Europe. So thank you, and go ahead, please.
Hello, everybody, and thank you very much for being able to present our experiences with vineyard soils, even if only in this virtual form. I hope everything is possible to hear and to see my slides. So first, this work, this problematic is emerged in a group of soil scientists. We carried on some educational projects together, and everybody participated and contributed to this work who was present in this project. So first I want to put the list here. These projects might be seen below in the slide. So first, why vineyard soils are so special and interesting for us? That's the first question. And I think it's quite typical selection of sites, not randomly chosen parts of the geographical environment are present. There is also very strong human influence on these soils, detectable. And also these influences remain after the land use changes. So we found interesting that the site selection of the grapevines is not occasionally. It's typical in the climatic conditions under the temperate and warm temperate climate to plant grapevine. And topographic conditions facilitate the productivity and improve the quality of the wine. So this irradiation surplus of the slopes will be used in this position. So it's not from randomly choose places. The second statement that they are quite heavily disturbed soils. Here is visible one archaeological site from the Roman age in the wider area of Budapest, in the capital of Hungary. More than 2,000 years survived these disturbance remarks in the soil. And in the right side, you can see the recently forming of vineyard plantation, which also it's related with heavy disturbance on the soils by settling the stages for the vine grape, also the redistribution of the fertile soil layer over the first landscaped surface. Also, these remarks remain quite a long time in this in the landscape. Also, if the vine grape producing is abandoned meanwhile. So some questions emerged to this topic. First, if we have this kind of terrible, horrible, disturbed soil profiles, how we can classify them? If these profiles have some common diagnostics, if there are some typical diagnostic features like typical horizons or properties or qualifiers developed during this anthropogenic land use, which was quite intense. We also questioned that if are some typical general pathways of anthropogenic soil development during the vine production, and how endure, how remain these kind of features in the soil. So our data set was compiled during this educational project, but we was collecting data in the last time, not only from these countries. So actually I see that this problematic is general for the vineyards, not typical for this geographic region. Anyway, we involved 34 soil profiles from 6 countries in this data set and this evaluation. The soil profiles and the vineyards were quite diverse based on the landforms. As you can see, also terrace at quite steep slopes were involved, but new plantations are almost every time located in quite flat surface. Also, the cultivation of the vine grapes is very diverse. We found also cultivated soils where the interrow space of the vine grapes were cultivated regularly, but also sometimes the cover cropping of the interrow space were typical. Also the vine trellis and the vine training methods were very diverse. Also the parent material. So there is very few common features of these original soils where the vine producing was established, and we are looking for common features developed during the vine production. Also the diversity of land use, because some of these vineyards were very old, traditionally since the medieval age, cultivated as vineyards, also terraced, but also new plantations settled in space of former agricultural landscape, crop production were involved. Here you can see our results of the classification, all the reference groups we found, and the principal and the supplementary qualifiers of these soils. You can see there's very, very big diversity of in first lines of the reference groups. Most frequently we found Camby soils and Louis soils, but very surprisingly also vertisoils and also glacier soils appeared among these soils. I highlighted all the qualifiers with red, which are related with some anthropogenic influence on the soil. And as you can recognize, all of these highlighted qualifiers belong to the supplementary, so not only qualifier is present among the principal qualifiers. At least just first the consideration of the reference groups. Very typical, we found Louis soils and Camby soils, which are for sure typical soils in these climatic conditions, in these topographical positions on the summits of these slopes and also in the sloping areas. But we found also eroded versions of them, sometimes belonged to the calci soils and sometimes to regos soils. Rather surprisingly, we found on summits position also phaeozems and castanozems, but more surprising was to find the vertisoils, and also quite untypical for the vineyards are the arenosoils and the glaciers, which are rather positioned in the lower topographic position. And I mentioned also here the leptosoils, which are present only in buried form in these data sets, so it's not very typical. I'm sorry, it's not, this slide was animated, sorry, it's not appearing properly. I just wanted to point on that the original soil reference group, which is very frequently Camby soil and Louis soil, transforms during the vineyard cultivation in one direction with the erosion processes, when partial or the complete topsoil layers and topsoil horizons will be removed by the erosion, and the result is belonging to the Camby soil or sometimes to regos soil and calci soil reference groups. in these soils, there is no any special forceps diagnostic which is expressing this human influence on the soils. So from the soil name, it is not recognizable that they are a result of anthropogenic intervention. On the other part, on the right side, I wanted to indicate that in many, many cases, there's typical that some material on the top of the soil is deposited. And in this case, special qualifiers might be added, like novic, transportic, or relocatic, which was not appearing in our dataset anyway. And sometimes also the reference group of the original changed, or original soil was changed. So if we list all these qualifiers, we found among these 34 soil profiles, one which was fitting to the anthric properties and belonged therefore to a new reference group. I will show the profile. 2 times we found the novic, 2 times the transportic qualifiers, 2 times the drainic, 6 times we found coluvic profiles, 7 times the escalic, and 15 times the aric properties, aric qualifier in the soils. And in 9 cases from the 34, there was no any qualifier which is indicating the anthropogenic features in the soil. Just some remark and question to this applicability of this qualifier. Sometimes this qualifier overlap. So if we see transportic qualifier is typical for the soils where not from the same place some material over the soil was put, which is also possible in the soil transformation during the vine grape plantation settling. Very typical was the novic qualifier, which means deposition over the original surface by any processes. Colluviation was also present, also in the case of terracing, and sometimes this qualifier might be used together in the same profile. So I want to show you these profiles just very quickly. This was the mostly transformed soil according to the classification grade, because the original Louis soil, which is present still in the environment of this profile, was transformed to the Castanozem, developing a deep anthropogenic molic horizon. 2 times we found the molic. The original soil surface was indicated by the red dotted line. Sometimes we found the transportic, which means transportation of material from far environment, not from the direct vicinity of the soil profile. Sometimes we found the drainic, and many times the colluvic, and in many cases the escalic, which is related with the construction of anthropogenic terrace surfaces. And in other cases we found it's very typical on the cultivated interrow spaces, the aric qualifier was possible to add to these profiles. We found very problematic situation, quite mixed soil profiles, where still some remnants of the original soil horizons was possible to detect, to recognize, but in very mixed position, very mixed situation. And for these cases, there is no proper qualifier in the WRB to express this situation. We checked carefully all the possibilities. The terric button applies not, anthric but don't apply, and also none of the qualifier. Closest was the relocatic, but the relocatic has quite deep depth requirement, at least 100 centimeters. So there was not a possible. I would like to point on one interesting term of the German classification, German soil classification, which is applying the R horizon, which means the anthropogenic mixed horizon, and the depth limit of that is 40 centimeters, so just below the regularly plowed layer if soils are deeper disturbed, they have this anthropogenic mixed horizon. And some similar possibility is present in the WRB with the relocati qualifier, but the depth requirement of this qualifier is a little bit too deep to be possible to apply in this case of the profiles. Another problematic qualifier, I like the Scalig because it's easy to recognize in the landscape, but honestly, this qualifier is not related to the soil. It's related to the landform, and it includes many different situations because terrace building is a quite complex process. So just if we want to point out that colluviation is present on the terrace construction, acronic process because soil will be covered by putted stones on the surface, but also Novik, Transportic, Relocati qualifier are possible to add in case of Escalic, and not to mention that there will be also present eroded profiles, which are not possible to indicate by this. So with the Escalic, either more detailed definition would be necessary, which is related not to the soil surface, but to the soil itself. And it have to be considered if it's have to use separately or in combination with other qualifiers, which are indicating how the soil was changed by this process with this terrace construction. And finally, also to the auric, because in the new edition of the WRB, the definition of the auric is intended to change. And just I show here some profiles where the auric qualifier applies actually, but if you change it, they have to have this claddy structure or anthropogenic structural elements, which doesn't apply. So in this case, these auric profiles will be just stay without auric qualifier. So finally, my conclusions to these soil profiles, that anthropogenic transformation of the vineyard source is quite strong, and it's very obvious in many cases, but it is not resulting anthropogenic reference groups in the field. Just some of anthropogenic qualifiers apply, but with this application, the use of these qualifiers, there are some overlapping information and some redundant information other if we want to be very precise, or sometimes in case of Escalic, it's not very well related to the observable soil properties or features. So these processes have to be, and these qualifiers have to be cleared in my opinion, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Tibor, for your presentation. First, I give the floor to questions, comments from the plenary, and then I would like to make some comments by myself. So are there questions or comments from your side, please? Okay, so may I give some comments? So thank you for your input. It was a bit fast for me to follow everything, but of course we can continue the conversation via email or with a Zoom meeting. Some things I have in mind: relocating. This requires 1 meter, but if it's less, you have the option. If it's 50 centimeters, you have the option to use the epi-relocating, which only needs 50 centimeters. About the combination of qualifiers, it depends. If one stronger qualifier includes the other one, then don't use the other one. If it does not include, you can add them all. About the ERIC, I already received the same comment which you made, and I will suggest a new wording for the revision of the ERIC qualifier. Thank you for this input and for all the other inputs, and I think we will continue the discussion, you and me. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you
very
for
much.
the presentation. And I see here is Norma for giving some information about the schedule.
Bueno, en realidad no es una información, en realidad es una disculpa muy fuerte por no haber incluido dentro de los agradecimientos a la Unión de las Internacional de las Sociedades de las Ciencias del Suelo.
Also, in the information is, sorry, 2 years, sorry. About the information, we will give some aspects of the information later, but here is the PhD, Norma Eugenia, wants to apologize because she omit the thankfulness for the International Union of Soil Sciences.
Y en particular a la División 1 de la sociedad, puesto que la presencia de la doctora Erika Micheli ha dado una gran dinámica a la primera parte de este evento y además agradecerles su plática que ha sido sumamente
And also, we are really grateful to the Division 1 of the Soil Sciences, to the PhD Erika Micheli, for the all the aspects to achieve this Congress and the field work in the past days.
para resaltar los objetivos de esta sexta edición del Congreso.
And also for this sixth Congress and all the workshop here, the 3-day conference.
Y yo creo que todo esto además va a incidir en el éxito de todas las diferentes discusiones que se den a lo largo de estos 3 días.
All the support, we are thankful for all the support, and the doctor says that she is grateful and she trusts that will be very interesting for the next discussions in the next days.
Y que serán muy importantes para la formación de los nuevos investigadores, profesores, estudiantes, etcétera, para transmitir los conocimientos. Muchas gracias.
And also will be a fundamental part in the formation of the new students, the new researchers in this field. And thank you very much.
Okay.
And now we will pass to the next part of the program. Now it's the time for the session posters and the coffee break. The coffee break you will find with the posters at the lobby of this auditorium, and also the options for the lunch upstairs is the cafeteria of UNAM, and also there are also some options of restaurants nearby the UNAM Juriquilla. So see you in the next 30 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, but thank you for being precise. We are 20 minutes delay, but we should not shorten the coffee break because it's the poster session. So 30 minutes, but please come back precisely at 12:40 sharp. And 12:40, it's 30 minutes for coffee break and poster. Then we have the other presentations. And then the lunch break was scheduled for 2 hours. We reduce it by 20 minutes, but 20 minutes which we are in delay. And please allow me another announcement. we will have the meeting of the Commission and of the working groups, IUS Commission, Soil Classification, and the working groups belonging to this Commission, especially WRB. It is scheduled for 5 o'clock, and everybody is invited, not only the old guys. So please, the young people, a special invitation to you. Thanks. Please return to your seats. We will continue. Our next presenter is Christina Siebe. She will give the presentation, which in the program is attributed to Beatriz Marin, because she cannot come. And the topic is soil classification in an altitudinal gradient between 3,000 and 4,500 meters of the Citlaltépetl volcano in Mexico. I don't know why all these volcanoes have such difficult names. So we will wait 1 minute more and then we start. So please take your seats. Yes, please say the people to come in.
Is there a pointer oder sowas?
Ich glaube. Ah ja, der.
Lass mich mal eben
Probier mal.
familiarisieren. Ist es noch morgens oder ist es schon nachmittags? Wie spät ist es?
Nachmittags, 12:43 Uhr.
Okay, dann sage ich Good Afternoon.
Ja, Good Afternoon. Okay, thank you. We will start now.
Und wer gibt mir, wenn ich hier drücke, kommt meine Präsentation?
Ich habe das überhaupt nicht angeschaut.
Ha.
Sagst du, sag ich.
Hola, ¿alguien me va a poner mi presentación? ¿O qué tengo que hacer para lograrlo?
Können Sie das Mikrofon besser einstellen? Also den Peter habe ich vorhin exzellent verstanden, jetzt gerade nicht.
Hörst du mich jetzt? Can you understand me? Good afternoon. Well, I don't know if my presentation will come up or where to search here for it. Does anybody know? Descargas día 1. Maybe. Ah, yeah. Here.
Okay.
So, presentation mode. Reunirse ahora. ¿Cómo macht man das denn auf Presentation Mode? ¿Dónde lo pongo en modo presentación? Porque creo que es la PowerPoint la que me pusieron aquí.
Ah, es que esta. ¿Es esta?
Ah, entonces ponme la de abajo,
La de
la
abajo.
PowerPoint.
Listo.
Y en esa ya se
En
pone.
esa ya está. Listo, disculpe.
Sale.
Listo.
There we are. Okay, again, good afternoon. I'm presenting on behalf of Beatriz Marin. Beatriz Marin was a postdoc at our institute pre-pandemic, and she was engaged in a project at the Citlaltépetl volcano, or the Pico de Orizaba. Some of you might know it more by that name. And I was there with her, happily joining this project. The Citlaltépetl is more than 5,600 meters high. It's a national park area. It's a stratovolcano made out of andesitic and dacitic materials. And it started activity 650,000 years before present, and it's still active. Up and then it has volcanic activity. And the project studied here an altitudinal gradient between 3,000 and 4,500 meters. The rationale was that there is enough variation in ambient humidity and precipitation and temperature and vegetation cover to study the evolution of soils and site quality along this climate sequence, and that this would work nicely as a proxy for climate change scenarios. And additionally, the project aimed to assess ecosystem services along this gradient. Very schematically, I draw here the sequence in the middle, the altitudinal gradient, and then you see there on the right-hand side the altitude, and you see that at the uppest level there is very sparse vegetation cover, and mainly lichens and mosses covering some of the rocks. And then a bit below that, alpine grassland starts, and the tree line is around 4,000 meters. And then below that, we have a pine forest. And the precipitation is there is one meteorological station at this altitude, and it shows 860 millimeters of rain, mainly between June and October. And then at the lower part, there is another meteorological station showing precipitation of 1,360 millimeters. And again, the rainy season is mainly June till October or November. And the temperature goes from 9 degrees here around 3,000 meters. And at the uppest part, we have a mean annual temperature around 0. And the parent materials are mainly volcanic ash deposits, fallouts directly over dacitic or andesitic lava, or reworked ash, and also pumice deposits. And in the uppermost areas, there are also moraine features. So the glacier that was, and sometime even going down to less than 4,000 meters, has moved the materials in this region. Yeah, the vegetation a bit more in detail. The main pine tree is Pinus hartwegi. And in the grassland, the main species is Calamagrostis, also together with Festuca. And yeah, we have a lot of other herbs and nice plants over there. So, well, this general project was a joint venture between France and Mexico. And the main goal of the project was to determine how the promotion of specific ecosystem services are beneficial or not to the local anthropogenic communities, and also to soil quality. So there was a comparison between France with more ecotourism, and in Mexico more logging and cattle grazing. And also to answer fundamental research questions concerning soil ecosystem processes and links with plant communities. There were people looking specifically at the plant soil traits or root traits in this area. And well, here now I will only present you what the soils we have described and classified, because this is a Congress on soil classification. So when we went out to sample profiles, we took care that all our profiles have the same orientation to the east, showing to the east. We looked for having homogeneous slope at the different sites, and always look that the vegetation cover is representative for the altitudinal floor, and that it is hopefully less perturbed as possible. And with the parent material, we took particularly care that we always are at sites where we have volcanic ash. Above a pumice layer, particularly below the tree line, we can find a very marked and well identifiable pumice layer that has been dated around 12,000 years before present. And we were always checking do we see it here? And then we have like a control about age, no, more or less. But above the tree line, we didn't find it. It's too dynamic, geomorphologically speaking, and the pumice is mixed with the ash fallouts because less plant cover leads to more erosion, and yeah, there we couldn't really follow this scheme. So yeah, we have 7 profiles below the tree line. Here are the altitudes and pictures of the cover. So we are mainly under the pine forest, and we always have in the herbaceous strata the festuca or the calamagrostis grasses. And as you see, the soils are deeply developed with prominent AH horizons, often very, very thick. And in these places, I think we have colluvial impact, so it's reworked ash. And in others, we have the ash in situ, and then also a very nicely B horizon developed. But in general, all these soils, the main feature is that they have prominent AH horizons, and then also some buried A horizons in some places. And then above the tree line, we have more stony and sandy soils. As I said, this area, depending on the plant cover, is very unstable, and you can just see a horizon that is quite shallow and not much more of pedogenic features. And then I made now a series of graphs where I always show the altitude in the x-axis, and then in this case the carbon stock calculated in the solum as megagram per hectare. And then here is, I showed where the tree line is, and you see below the tree line we have these prominent A horizons with large carbon stocks that show more or less linear behavior when you go downwards. And if I check for diagnostic horizons, these two might check for melanic. I did not have the data for the melanic index, but the color and all other requirements are met. In this profile, it met the fulvic because of the color requirement. And in these ones, I think we have umbric, but I still have doubts on our base saturation data, which due to the pandemic, I couldn't ask them to do them again. So I am in doubt. If it's not an umbric, then these will be a mollic, and these up here will even be chernic horizons. So there I'm still in doubt. And then here in the uppermost part of our gradient, we have ocric horizons. And these here, they also qualify as hyperhumic horizons. Then here I show you the pH measured in water along the altitudinal gradient. I didn't make it last night to show which are the A and which the B horizons. So these are all the measurements in each profile in the horizons. But I tell you that the A horizons are here, mainly below 5 or close to 5. And these are the subsurface horizons that have pH values that go up to 6. Then I show you here this indicator for the andic properties, which is the aluminum plus half of the iron extractable with ammonium oxalate in the dark. And here I put the thresholds for between tephric and vitric and vitric and andic. And you see that below the tree line, and particularly in the subsoil, we have andic properties, and the whole profile has andic properties or fulfills this criterion only at 3,000 meters. And in the others, the upper part of the soil is vitric, and the lower part fulfills this Andic criterion, and only the uppermost part of the chronosequence goes for tephric. The other indicator for Andic properties is the phosphorus fixation capacity. And you see again, this one meets it fully. And here in the subsoil, it is perfectly met. And then, yeah, we fall into the vitric part. And this one's then classify as tephric. And with the bond density, it's the same. This one then fully qualifies as Andic properties. And here then, although we have less than 0.9 grams per cubic centimeter, we don't meet the criteria here for the phosphorus fixation and also this one. So these then are vitric horizons. And then coming to an end, I did the whole classification and just showing you how the general picture looks like. We have in the lowest part of this gradient, I would say it will meet the alu-andic, but I still don't have the pyrophosphate extractable aluminum. So I'm waiting for those data. So, but I think it will be alu-andic in the most part of the upper soil. And then the other qualifiers are loamic, hyperhumic, melanic, and proto-andic. And the next step in the gradient will be an epivitric, endosylandic andosol, loamic, and fulvic. And then we go into district, umbric, folic, epivitric, endosylandic andosol with all these classifiers. And then we have all these ones that are district, umbric, vitric andosols. In this part, proto-andic. And then up here, we start getting into coarse textured and less developed vitric andosols until we reach here at around 4,300 meters, the regosols, and they are tephric regosols, skeletic, and well, I also put them the district, but I still have to verify, as I said, this base saturation. So that's all from my side, and ready for questions. Thank you. I acknowledge my colleagues, of course, and the funding by CONACYT.
Thank you very much, Christina. Are there questions? Comments, questions? So it was a very interesting presentation, and I like very much this sequence along the volcano from tephric regosol, vitric regosol, vitric andosol is proto-andic, and then the real, probably alu-andic andosol. It is like it should be.
Exactly.
Yeah. Cesare, please.
Little question. So beautiful, slow, and totally.
Yeah, you are right. But I don't feel comfortable because coluvic, in the way you define it in the WRB, says that it has to be accelerated erosion due to human activities. Thank you, Cesare, for this question, because if I read it exactly, then I cannot say that this is coluvic, but I should. In many places, I should say that it is a colluvium. And in the German soil classification, I could notice this perfectly, but here I can't. And that is something good that you asked me, because that is something I don't feel comfortable about. I cannot show it here in the classification.
Well, so the general description in the WRB is only a description. For the decision whether a material property of diagnostic horizon is present, only the criteria count. So in the criteria, it is not said that it is by human intervention.
So I should just do it.
And then
okay.
Maybe add it or not.
Yeah, then I would do that because several of these are reworked volcanic ash sites. Yeah. And also I need to add the Novik, which I have not done because I started doing the details last night and I didn't go through it. But Novik is probably also there at some.
So we have 4 people who want to tell something. I think we can only allow 2. Who were the first ones?
I don't know. Okay. Maybe I was not much. But my question is let's say the answer will be very short, I think. Okay, I don't need this. The first is there any correlation between the altitude and the texture? Because in this qualifiers, we can see that it's somehow it is, but I think that it's very hard to estimate the texture in such materials. And maybe you found some, maybe not. The second question, because maybe you know that I am personally really interested about the sequences of the soils. And this sequence is very beautiful, but very complex. And on the beginning, you told that it's climate sequence.
Yeah.
I think that in this case, the most, maybe not the most important, but the basic factor is the topography, the altitude. Then it's climate. Then it's
age of the parent material.
See, it's a complex thing. It's a topo, probably chrono sequence, but I don't have the dating. That's what I looked for this pumice part, no?
So maybe it should be called, yes, like a topo, a climate, phyto sequence or something like this. What do you feel?
But then I am again at the soil forming factors. No, it's true. I agree with you. It's complex.
First about the texture.
Yeah, the texture, sure. I have in the upper part skeletic, arenic, and as the surface gets stabilized due to more plant cover, then we start getting neoformation of and mainly allophane-like materials, and then we start getting loamy silt and yeah.
Last question for the news, please. The other people, please contact here in the last question.
Somewhere maybe between the 3,000 and 3,600 meters, you must have found probably another belt of fir forest, abies, below the Pinus harbegi, and there is a big difference between in density and everything, and it's just that you found differences also in soil.
Yes, well, there is a part where you have abies, but also mixed with Pinus hardwegi. And I don't have right now the data on how much pine and how much fir we have there. But there is, but we did not sample to separate soils under abies and under pine. But there is. Mm-hmm.
Thank you again, Christina. Now we have to change. The next is Daisy Valera, and it will be virtual again. The technique is ready.
No, sí está, ¿no, Daisy? Y aquí está tu plática, Sergey.
I have 2 versions, and in none of them Sergey is mentioned. But okay, if you tell me that, and nevertheless, you're mentioned for the other.
Yes, I was moved to the morning session. I think we should be there already. Yes, yes. And maybe Arturo will tell us.
Who will take responsibility?
Sorry for this small confusion. It was also quite unexpected for me. But anyway, we will try to manage it. Here, yes. No, gracias. Dear colleagues, this talk will be quite unusual for this community and quite different from all other presentations. I will not go into the details of qualifiers and diagnostic horizons of usual profiles that you often study in your excursions and expeditions. Instead, we, this group of authors, being not members of classification community, we're just simple users of classification, will try to offer you and discuss with you a large class of objects, of soil objects, which to our mind and to the best of our knowledge are underrepresented in the classification discussions and considerations. So, usually you deal with the normal soil profiles developed in unconsolidated, loose materials with all the development of diagnostic features which you consider your classification. However, there is a large class of objects formed on the surface of the lithosphere in the contact with the climatic and biotic factors, which are solid rock surfaces. They are quite common, of course, especially in the mountainous geosystems, but not only, you can find them also in the plains, in the temperate area, humid areas, in the regions affected by geologically recent, late Pleistocene glacial erosion, like in Scandinavia. Also, they are common in the extreme desert environments. Solid rock surfaces, however, have their own features and properties related to interaction with the climatic and the biotic factors. They are colonized by various organisms, mostly primitive, in the range from bacteria to lichens. And also they present quite a complex set of features related to alteration, weathering of primary minerals, precipitation and accumulation of secondary products, like, for example, these carbonate, carbonate crusts. Also developed quite complex systems like weathering rings without losing the consolidation and this hard state. They still not transformed into loose soil material. Soil scientists since a long time are aware of such kind of objects, and there is quite a bit of research done about it. For example, this study by Nikita Mergelov and co-authors on Antarctic, what they called endolitic soils, weathering rings, which show very complex population of microorganisms, and also a complex set of processes which we could consider pedogenic, not only transformation, etching, dissolution of primary minerals, but also even small alluvial profile with something like bleached horizon and horizon of accumulation of iron oxides, all in the solid material. These are not unconsolidated, loosened substrates. Human impact, to my mind, enhances and increases a lot the landscapes with hard rock surfaces. Due to erosion of soils, in the mining landscapes, a lot of fresh rock surfaces appear, but also urban landscapes maybe we could consider them as predominantly solid rock surfaces, some of them natural and some of them artificial. Also, these artificial human-made rock solid surfaces interact with the environment and produce crusts, pendants, rings on the surfaces, but these objects are mostly out of the scope of pedology. They are studied by specialists in biodeterioration, related to, for example, problematics of conservation and restoration of historical buildings. But look, the features which appear in these surface objects also look quite familiar for us. For example, this neoformed calcite of acicular or fibrous type looks like soil neoformation. Dr. Monga will check what I'm saying in this regard. So, are these objects soils, and especially are these objects somehow should be subjected to soil classification? There are some theoretical works about it, and terms like incipient soil, endolytic soils, primitive soils are applied. I would like to present here this work of Goryachkin and Sergei Goryachkin and his co-authors, among them Viktor Targulyan, whom you all know, of the general classification of the objects which appear on the surface as a product of interaction of the environment and the lithosphere, and these crusts on rock surfaces appear here under the term of mini-soloid. In this range of dimensions, much smaller than normal soils, but still with quite characteristic set of pedogenetic properties. I put this example here because maybe we could consider it as a further step of development of the Kuchayev concept, which was presented so nicely by Erika. But this is the general viewpoint, and what about classification in particular? I think that within the scope of this idea of epiderm of Earth, these kind of bodies could also enter into classification scope, because they in fact fit to many of these demands expressed here as the definition of the object of soil classification. We could talk about multi-phase system, about some structures, and about the constantly evolving objects. I will try to prove it considering a very specific type of this rock crusts, desert varnishes. I think you are ever aware of this kind of objects. I am sure you saw some of these varnishes in your trip in the northern Mexico. They are widely spread in the desertic, but not only desertic systems. For the first time, it was described by Humboldt in Colombia, in quite moist environment. But mostly we find them in the deserts, both hot deserts and also most cold and dry deserts of Antarctic valleys. Interesting aspect is that these objects appear not only on the Earth's surface, but also on the other planets. Now the mission of Curiosity documented them on Mars surface. And look how similar there on Mars they look, being compared with the desert varnishes of Sonora. So desert varnish as possible object for soil classification. I will quickly try to present our case study. This problematic of development of varnish on Mars brought to us our collaborator, Dr. Pavel Martinez, who is now doing with us his postdoc stay. And here I present mostly his results. So, Sonora state in the northwest of Mexico, mostly semi-desertic environment. So-called Sonoran Desert is, in fact, quite vegetated ecosystem or biome. Rock surfaces are quite common here. In this case, the parent rock will be Mesozoic granite. And something very characteristic of the site which we studied is presence of petroglyphs carved on the varnished rock surface. It has very interesting consequences. First, we could consider this soil object, if we decide that it is soil, as an important natural resource for ancient communities, resource for artistic activities. But I showed it mostly for the other purpose. These petroglyphs gives us a very interesting chronological marker. The oldest of them are of archaic age, several thousands years ago, so they were made in the Middle Holocene, 5,000 to 7,000 years ago. Means that desert varnish, which seems to us so ephemeral, so thin feature, was already present 7,000 years ago on this surface. And these petroglyphs are not repigmented. So the process of the formation of varnish is very slow. It did not manage to cover these petroglyphs during 7,000 years. It is something related to our discussion with Cesare, that on the oldest land surfaces in Pamir, desert varnish appears. So maybe it fits to the idea that it is slowly evolving system which is demanded for the object of classification by WRP. Now, sorry, I forgot to tell you about this dating. Pavel Martinez managed to accumulate enough varnish material to date it with radiocarbon. Content of organic material of organic carbon is very low, but it was enough, less than 1%, but it was enough for IMS dating. Look how young it is, much younger than petroglyphs, just 3,000 years, 4,000 years ago. It means that organic materials in these objects is quite new, and some life is proceeding in this quite old system. So this varnish is host of recent biological activity, is a habitat for some organisms which will produce organic materials. We managed, with the participation of soil and geobiologist Rocio Alcantara, to make some investigations of genetic materials from these substrates and obtain some idea of bacterial and archaeal population there. And it resulted that diversity is quite big and comparable or even higher than in the soils of the surrounded areas. So in terms of biodiversity, this is also quite a developed system. What is its composition? Look at these micromorphological images. This is the coating of varnish on the rock, on the granitic surface. It's quite variable thickness, but mostly less than 1 millimeter, sometimes thicker, especially above the ferromagnesian minerals, sometimes thinner and penetrating into rock along the planes parallel to cleavages in the feldspar grains. Sometimes it has such a very complex botryoidal surface. Very interesting thing. Coating of varnish itself does not contain fragments of primary minerals that cast doubt on the idea that it is a weathering product. It is just uniform coating or strongly pigmented with iron and manganese. Under electron microscope, we can see very interesting features, in particular these polygonal structures on the desert varnish surface and its laminated character in the cut. Under even higher magnifications, we see its globular arrangement. Soon we will finish. I just want to draw your attention to the fact that not only iron and manganese are here, there are also some silicate material, silicon and aluminium. These are clay components which make up to 70% of this material. What kind of clay it is, we still don't know. But at least we have an idea how to approach this problem. It is very interesting, already also speaking about the origin of this coating, that it is very similar at different rock types. We made a study of this coating at different geological materials in the north of Mexico, and despite their contrasting difference, the composition and structure of these coatings is very similar. So this is the model of the origin of desert varnish, mostly related to airborne particles, not to the rock substrate. Very complex model. You must remove major part of this aeolian silt to produce this desert varnish. Anyway, this is dominant model for the moment. So this we can see, if we decide that this is a soil, we must say that it is a sedimentary soil, not normal soil formed from parent material below. It has also certain paleoecological significance. There are very interesting studies about this, so we could put forward the question if desert varnish is a paleosoil or paleoecological object. And finally, relation to the classification. Cesare told us that it is part of aridic qualifier. Yes? But its composition, iron and manganese, it is so distant from our idea of arid pedogenesis. Arid pedogenesis are carbonates, salts, gypsum. To my mind, most close objects or diagnostic elements of WRB are these diagnostic horizons and maybe these qualifiers. Sorry, my finger covers all the space here. And these qualifiers, especially classical qualifiers. Now, great problem is that all these horizons, these qualifiers are related to redoxymorphic processes, which are practically impossible on these well-aerated rock surfaces. With this question mark, I finish, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Sergei. This was a real good excursion to a topic we normally don't deal with.
Thank you very much. Time is advanced. There is only the possibility for one, let's say 2 questions. So, Carl and John. Yeah, please. Carl, please.
Okay. Thank you for this nice presentation. Okay, I can try also with. Okay, very nice presentation. But for me, it's totally clear this is a soil formation. There's no problem at all because we have water involved, we have the rock involved, we have biology involved, and I have observed several desert varnishes in Egypt, in Somalia, in the south of Israel, and there was always clear that is related to the age of the surface. So when we have terraces, for example, in eastern Somalia, the youngest terraces then 2,000 year terraces have a soft varnish, and the old terraces have a very strong varnish there. And what you also mentioned, soils with soluble materials, with gypsum and with calcium carbonate, they change too quick and they cannot produce a desert varnish. But anyhow, it's a soil formation.
Then how to classify it, Dr. Starr?
Sorry?
How to classify it?
Well, you had the terms already there, but I would insist that it's a varnish. So we must separately talking it ferric or also is not nice. It could be a pen. It could be a pen.
Thank you. My very interesting presentation. Thank you. My question is not so much related to the classification as it is to the genesis. I'm just curious, in these areas that you've studied, did you ever find an indication of these genetic processes taking place on the soil surface rather than the rock surface?
Thank you very much for this very interesting question, and question really corresponding to our area of research. We started our investigations in Sonora, mostly on paleosols there. And speaking about processes like accumulation of iron oxides, rubification, we detected it in the specific paleosols corresponding to the terminal Pleistocene, about 40,000 years ago, which show these features. Of course, not such high accumulation as in desert varnish. But anyway, some pigmentation with iron oxides and some redoxymorphic features in the lower part of the profile. So there is a quite developed hypothesis, especially in southwest of United States, that desert varnish is mostly a relict feature from this terminal Pleistocene humid period. Well documented in other records like paleo lakes, packrat meadows, and so on. Maybe we could share this hypothesis. However, process of varnish development goes on, also in the Holocene. How it is possible in quite arid environment.
Thank you very much, Sergey. Thank you to all the presenters. Thank you to all the contributors. We are now half an hour late, so I would like to conclude the morning session. Erika, you have something very good.
I wanted to share a joke. You may make Sergey's presentation.
Very quick. Okay, so when we were in the forest and the policeman came, you remember, we got free. There was no problem because we told we are looking at the soil. But can you imagine if we were in that site and the policeman comes and we tell that we are looking at soil? Perhaps he would be Perhaps we would have ended up in prison.
Okay. So we meet again at 3 o'clock sharp. The keynote presentation given by John. Then we have 2 more presentations, and then the meeting of the commission. Everybody invited. Are there special announcements in this room? Yes. Are there special announcements for the lunch break from the organizers' side?
Not only the options for eating is upstairs. There is the cafeteria of here of NAM, and also there are some restaurants nearby. Sorry. The options for eating is upstairs, the cafeteria of UNAM here, and also there are some other restaurants nearby. Yeah.
key out. Should it come out first or should it come out last? Should agricultural soils be included in this category? WRB has anthrosols and it has technosols. Should we add two soil orders, or should we combine them into one? Should we classify contaminated land? In other words, should anybody classify contaminated land, or should we simply draw a line around it and say contaminated, or not even identify what's inside that line on the soil map? And then how do you define contamination? Should litter and debris artifacts be criteria for a new soil order, or only intentionally placed artifacts? Should excavated soils be classified in the new soil order? Excavated soils. And do we need to redefine even what soil is? Should sealed surfaces and rooftops be considered soil? These were all questions that we considered. Here's an example of a deep excavation. Should the material on the road banks on either side here be called soils, or should we classify them in the new soil order? So all of these were questions we had to ask. Well, we began by coming up with a name, and we used from arte factum, which means made with skill, something made with skill. And the soils either contain artifacts or they were designed by humans for a purpose. Soil was placed there by a purpose. There was some intentional effort there. And the formative element for the new soil order will be art. So we will not use existing names if our definition's fundamentally different, and that's why we did not call it anthrosols or technosols, because those names are taken and the definitions are already defined. Since our definitions did not match, we used a different name. The soil is made with skill. It was designed for a purpose, and that purpose was to put a pipeline there and then to cover it up and revegetate it. Artisols, then. A new soil order for most human transported materials and some human altered materials, but not all. And why did we find the need for a new soil order? Well, we felt it was justified because artifacts have variable weathering potential, and substances from anthropogenic activities and some byproducts of anthropogenic activities are unique, and some are potentially hazardous, and that's important for human use of the soil. Interpretations for soils that are weathering artifacts have not been developed, and we needed to develop those interpretations. Many areas are unmapped. How can we advise people if we have no soil map and no soil series and no soil taxa? Internal structure of the soil, water movement through soils. Engineers asked us questions about the strength of these materials, the subsidence and liquefaction potential of the soils, and they're variable, but we can't give them information if we could not classify and then map. And soil quality functions and services, fertility and carbon storage are highly altered in these soils. And so improved classification was needed to facilitate research studies and then development of interpretations. Where would these soils occur? I think most of us immediately think of urban areas, but consider also transportation corridors. We spent a large amount of time in the last week driving over anthropogenic soils. Every single time the roadbed was raised above the surface, it was built on human transported material. Every railroad track was built on human transported material. We saw a mine spoil area. It was human transported. Pipeline corridors, graveyards, construction sites, airports, etc., levees and dams, archaeological sites, and other anthropogenic landforms. And so this covers not just the urban area, but also in the remote rural areas as well. And what soils would be included in the new order then? Soils with high amounts of artifacts in one or more layers, paved areas, but narrowly paved areas, not expansive parking lots, but narrow areas so that the area underneath the pavement or sealed surface can be utilized by plant roots. It can exchange water, it can exchange air, and it can support plant life, higher plant life, as well as microbial life. And so we set a limit of 3 meters wide or narrower. Areas with manufactured layers, such as a geomembrane. Areas that have been excavated and then replaced, such as pipeline trench. Human transported material that's 30 centimeters or more thick that has a sulfuric horizon or sulfidic materials. And if it doesn't, then it needs to be 50 centimeters thick. And then contaminated soils. So those would be included. Here's a picture of humans transporting soil and altering the landscape. Here's an example of the excavated and replaced soils after they fill this trench. This would be a human-altered material. Human transported materials. This can be garbage dumps. This can be construction debris, or it can be a large anthropogenic landform such as the Hong Kong airport, which is over 90% human transported material. There was only just a few small islands that were connected. That's a massive amount of human transported material. We have contaminated soils. Some of you saw these soils just the other day. But what soils are not included in the new soil order? Humans certainly have modified agricultural soils worldwide. In fact, indirectly, we've modified every square centimeter of the Earth's surface, whether it's through modifying the atmosphere or direct or radioactive fallout that occurred worldwide. So we had to draw the line somewhere. And so we said that standard agricultural soils and soils with just superficial disturbance are not included. So cornfields are not included. Soils with conservation terraces are not included. The agricultural soils were not included in our system because we knew we needed to provide details to users that were more specific than we could provide in the new soil order. So in order to maintain our ability to advise farmers, foresters, and other people that were using the soil intensively to grow things, we kept those in the existing soil orders that they're in now. And then soils with collateral modifications, we excluded. So in other words, eroded mollisols. Humans certainly played a role in losing and eroding complete mollic epipedons off of shoulder positions in long-term agricultural areas. But we did not feel like we could classify those consistently, so we left them in their purpose. Okay. We also did not include in the new soil order the deeply excavated areas, unless the material was replaced. We can classify soil that we see. It's hard to classify soil that is no longer present. The deep plowed and terrace soils are not included again because we need that specificity of them. There's no doubt that this landscape that you're looking at is highly modified by humans. It has cut and fill, but it's also intensively managed for agriculture. And then we didn't include things that are not soils. So miscellaneous land types. So think back to that pavement. Let's go to a sidewalk. The sidewalk that is 2 meters wide has roots underneath it. We're going to call that an ecranic sealed surface, and could classify the soil underneath it. But what about a parking lot that is 50 meters wide with no plants growing in it, utilizing it? We're going to call that a miscellaneous land type and not classify it as soil. Rooftops that are not connected to another land surface. The sediment that's still mobile and still moving, and areas not capable of supporting higher plants unless humans intervene, will not be classified. So that would include like a rooftop that may have some algae growing on it or some lichens on the rooftop. We don't consider that soil at this point. So we needed some new diagnostic horizons. So one is the artifactic horizon. and simply a mineral soil material. It could be organic too. I guess I need to modify that a bit. I just have never seen artifacts in an organic deposit yet, but maybe they exist. But we needed 15 centimeters or more thickness and 10% or more by volume or weight of artifacts. Now, we excluded that, so these soil artifacts need to be in the soil, and the 10% criteria was based on a research study. Okay, and then the principles related to hazard potential. In general, the principle is the greater the percent of noxious artifacts, the greater the hazard potential. But it's also proximity to the surface. If I have a large amount of noxious artifacts that are buried 3 meters down in the soil, I'm not that concerned about it. I'm pretty well insulated from that. What if that material that contains 30% noxious artifacts is actually at the soil surface? Now I'm very aware of the hazard potential. We simply copied the definition of the acranic layer from WRB. We like it. What we excluded was vertical walls are excluded in our definition of acranic manufactured layer. Then we defined hazic materials. This is difficult, and this is still a work in progress. I value your comments and your suggestions on how to improve our definitions. But at this point, we are relying on federal and state agencies whose job it is to follow their published standards, their published limits, and to make the determination. And that is simply because of a liability potential. And so our soil scientists will simply take areas identified by these federal agencies whose job it is to identify these materials, and we will draw soils lines around them on the soil map. Now we added an epipedon. We modified the anthropic epipedon, and we again adopted the predicate. We call it an epipedon, but a predicate horizon from WRB and the plagon horizon from WRB. So we use the WRB definition of those materials. And within the new soil order, any one of these epipedons can exist. In our feeling is none are excluded. And in fact, the anthropic epipedon can be used in other soil orders besides just the artisols. Well, how do we define artisols then? They're going to key out first. And these are the criteria that we have in our draft at this point. It's up for vote at this point in the United States. We either have an artifactic horizon or hazic materials in a layer 15 centimeters or thick or more thick, an acranic layer at the surface or in the subsurface. A manufactured layer, and those would be the ones in the subsurface. The acranic layer will come out here in a minute. Human altered material produced by excavation and replacement at least 50 centimeters deep. The human transported materials, as mentioned earlier, thinner if they contain a very hazardous material, thicker if they are cleaner material. And if they're compacted intentionally by humans, they don't have to be as thick. And then the acranic layer would be that manufactured layer that exists at the top. The suborders that we would consider would be first those that are underwater. And these are listed in sequence of most restrictive land use choices or the most limiting land use choices. So underwater seems like it's extremely limited. What can you do with soil that's underwater? Hazardous material would come out second. Soils with permafrost would come out third because of the extreme interpretation limitations of soils with permafrost. Then soils that are wet near the surface then those that contain a significant amount of artifacts, and then others that are clean fill materials. So we defined some new names. You'll recognize many of these names. So GARBI for garbage, HUMI for elevated levels of organic carbon, MANU for manufactured materials. These would largely be landfills. PORTI would be transported, radioactive material, rest from restored. So these would be the excavated and replaced areas or reclaimed mine soils. Sulfi for having either sulfuric or sulfidic materials, and WASTI for having manufacturing waste. So this would be tailing, pits, polluted or contaminated soil material. We have 24 proposed grade groups. So across the top of this table, you'll see the 6 proposed suborders, and within each column will be the proposed grade groups. We already have existing soil series set up. There are 75 soil series already set up for these types of soils. So we have, of that chart that you saw, we have already populated about half of those taxa with existing soil series. So within the underwater soils, we have those that contain significant amounts of sulfides, those that are very, very sandy, and then the others, the ones that are loamy and clayey and organic. Within the hazards, we're only going to go down to the grade group level, and that would be those that have radioactive materials and then all others. We're not encouraging people. We did not develop subgroups of these grade groups on purpose. We do not want to classify them to great detail, although a private consultant may choose to provide that information, but the federal government will not be providing that kind of specific information to the users. In all other groups, we will. So for those with permafrost, and you can see a highway that's been deformed as the permafrost is thawing. Those that contain noxious artifacts, those that contain garbage, those that contain artifacts that are not garbage or hazardous, and then other gel arts. The picture at the bottom is taken from Antarctica, so these soils occur worldwide. With the wet soils, we will have those again that contain either sulfidic materials or a sulfuric horizon. Those that are extremely sandy, those that have a perched water table and are dry underneath versus those that have a rising groundwater table. With the soils that have artifacts, we will separate the ones that contain noxious artifacts from manufacturing waste. Those that contain garbage, these would be unlined landfills. They occur worldwide in all climates, in all temperature regimes. The manufactureds would be the lined landfills because the land use recommendations would be extremely different from those with a geotextile liner versus those that are unlined. The sandy ones, those that have carbon-enriched surfaces, and these would be the archaeological sites. The predicate horizon, if the predicate horizon contains a significant amount of artifacts, it would come out here. And then the other factarts that have been transported from one place to another, such as you can imagine a fill soil in an urban area that has a significant amount of bricks or concrete or asphalt waste. And finally, the last would be the ortharts. And orth means straightforward. And so the sulfortharts would be those, again, with sulfidic materials, but no artifacts to speak of. Sandy ones, those that have been excavated and replaced, but without the addition of artifacts. Humortharts would be those archaeological sites like a predicate or a plagan that have no artifacts in them, or very few. 10% was our limit. And then the clean fill soils would be the port ortharts, such as this soil material here. Okay, so we propose 144 subgroups. That's when we can give the user some specifics. The ones that are in red are the ones that are new, that don't exist already in our system. They will be added to the system. The ones in black text already exist in our system and have been defined. So the acranic was the soils that have a narrow sealed surface. Anthrodensic have a densic contact created by humans. Anthronecric is soils that contain human remains. So essentially, if you're mapping a cemetery, why would we ever do that? No, but there might be a need, there might be a purpose, whether it be by an archaeologist or an anthropologist. There might be a need. So we created a group for that possibility. A plagic horizon, which is essentially has a plagic subgroup, would have a plagin, and a pretic would have a pretic epipedon. So we already have existing groups such as vertic. We kept our vertic and aquic and calcic and typic and molic and all the other intergrades. Okay. What about soils that don't meet the criteria for an artisol, but they have been significantly altered by humans? You can see the modification, but you still want to recognize that, but you don't want to change it out of its existing soil order. An example would be an agricultural area where they created conservation terraces to prevent erosion. In that case, we would recognize that, but we would leave it in whatever existing soil order describes the majority of the polypedon. And so let's pretend that it was a mollisol. We would still leave it as a mollisol, but we might use an intergrade to say that it has some properties of the new soil order. Just like on our field trip this week, we used eutic and ustolic and torertic subgroups to indicate that the great group had some properties of other existing taxa, but not quite enough properties. So these are intergrades. So anthrolochic would be soil underneath impounded water. Think of all the reservoirs there are on Earth. Many of them are shallow along the margins. They support plant life. They are soil by our definition. What can we tell somebody if they are trying to improve the ecological habitat for fish or eelgrass or some other type of vegetation or oysters? And so we provided this anthrolochic. It needs to be under impounded water. Anthrocavic would be excavated without replacement. So in other words, if on my slide earlier I showed you a cut along a road corridor, if that area at present has the properties of an alpha sol, then we would use the anthrocavic to indicate that it was an alpha sol that has been significantly truncated by human activity. But it would not change out of alpha sols. It would still be alpha sols. And then we'd have anthraquic, and those are soils that are puddled and flooded intentionally for agricultural purposes. So if that's an anthraquic ultisol, it would tell us that humans modified it. Petic. This petic and anthrodisposic have not been approved. It's just a thought, a draft. I value your opinion about this. Petic would be wreckage from natural disasters. In other words, it has artifacts in it, but not intentionally placed. I'll show you a picture of that in just a second. And then anthrodisposic. That would be where humans dispose of garbage, but not on land, but they dump it into water. There are lots and lots of soils near coal mine areas where humans dumped the material that they used in processing the coal. They dumped the debris into the river, and now it's deposited upon floodplains hundreds of miles away in very thick deposits, and primarily very black-looking soils made of anthracite coal fragments. What about when humans dump garbage off of the coast? How many countries still allow a policy of dumping garbage into the ocean? Quite a few. What happens when that garbage rushes up into the beaches and then gets carried by wind or animals or waves and deposited into the soil above the beaches? Should we classify that as human altered? This gives us that possibility. Although there was no intent to contaminate that soil, the effect is the same. So these two may or may not get accepted, petic and anthrodisposic. Anthroportic is simply transporting human material, but not enough thickness to qualify for an artisol. Anthraltic is thin mixing, more than a standard plow layer, but not enough for an anthrosol. And then anthropic would be the last. And these are keyed out and listed in order of increasing limitations to the use and management. If something's underwater, you have very few choices on it. If it's simply a modified A horizon, you have lots of uses, choices for use. Here's an example of what might become the petic subgroup. This is the debris from a natural disaster. This was the tsunami in Aceh, Indonesia. I would say that soil is now modified. What I don't know is how many of these artifacts and debris will be picked up and completely removed from the area, and how many of them actually were incorporated into the soil and will simply be in someone's front yard 5 years from now. What about the discharged plastic waste that washes up on our beach and then thus may end up in sand dunes? This would be the anthrodisposic if it's approved. What about microplastics? That's another can of worms. I probably won't open that one. So these are discrete artifacts. I think it's too late already. Every soil on Earth has microplastics in it. I'm suspecting you would find some in your site and your site. We have the HAT family classes would be for soils that are not within the artisol order. So these would be ways to identify if you have a mollisol that has artifacts in it, then this would be a way to identify that information at our family level. There's actually 15 of these. These are the 3 that we would either add or modify the definition from what's in there. Now, all the rest of them are already defined. They've already been tested and put to use. So that's our proposal. Again, it's subject to being approved. It's gone through the process once and has been approved. But because we had feedback from the soil survey community, we will make modifications and we will update it and edit it, and we will take your suggestions and consider them and try to come up with the best definition that we can for a new soil order. Preguntas?
Thank you very much, John, for your presentation of the planned new order. I think there will be some questions. May I start with a question? What is your time frame, your roadmap, when this will be in work?
Very good question. So the question was, what is the timing of approval and incorporation? I'll have to ask Curtis to help me with this because of his knowledge and experience, but the final approval will be finished 1 year from this summer. And we will then begin looking through. So a short answer would be 4 years. 3 to 4 years at a minimum, and hopefully 4 years is reasonable.
So it will not be included in the 13th edition of the keys?
No.
No, okay.
That's correct, right? It's too late. We've already, the staff has already, finalized. They're just, I guess, doing some final checking on the 13th edition of the keys. This will either be the 14th edition or the third edition of soil taxonomy.
Yeah, thank you. Other questions, please? Elisabeth, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for this nice talk. And I think for us who work with archaeological sites, open a window to classify some soils. For instance, in the shells middens, these areas where we have a lot of shells produced by humans, very old ones, and over these shells, we have soil formation. And then we have always the question how to classify these soils. And also the areas with a lot of ceramics, with a lot of pieces of these ceramics produced by humans many, many years ago. How to classify this? I don't know if the WRB is there something related to this kind of activities and how to classify it.
So for the archaeological soils, and I appreciate that because I've been fortunate enough to work with some archaeologists on shell midden soils, and also an entire island created by humans, after which formed a petrocalcic horizon formed after the humans had deposited the material. So especially in areas such as Mexico that have very long-term archaeological sites, we try to identify those where humans have enriched the surface and more or less permanently modified the properties of the soil. And some of those, as you know, contain significant numbers of artifacts, some just a few scattered pieces of debris or stones that were worked and things like that. So we're trying to work with the archaeologists so that they can identify those soils and they could actually be placed on a soil map instead of, again, just an empty box on the map. So thank you.
Yes, you also addressed WRB, so I may shortly intervene. If there are enough artifacts, then we have a technosoil. If we have a small amount of artifacts, we may have the technic qualifier within another reference soil group. And I now have first Christina, second Erika, please.
Probably I will ask the same thing as Erika. I was just thinking of Erika's talk on the Tower of Babel. And,
yes.
And then seeing here that we get a lot of detail on, of course, paddons that we might find very locally at spots. And if we should start thinking of also what is the aerial representation of each kind of these different soils. Can you just say something about that? Where should we stop going into detail, particularly in urban soils? I mean, the variability is huge.
Yes.
From one plot to the other, you can find completely different soils in meters apart.
Yes.
Where should we stop adding qualifiers to construct the tower?
I just complete Christina's question. What is the minimum size of the pattern that you start classifying?
Oh, okay, so let me see if I can repeat the questions, because there were two questions in, right? So the first question was, where do we draw the line on how many qualifiers we add? Was that correct? On scale. So, right. In other words, if I'm assuming your question is, what if the deposit is no larger than your arms can reach around? At what minimum scale? Well, I would say at the pedon scale, and how you define that pedon. Now, of course, is it practical to classify one wheelbarrow full of soil? I wouldn't think it's practical at all, unless that happens to be toxic material. And so it would be dependent on the soil scientists to use their judgment for the users of that intended survey to whether or not they should identify down to very small particles or whether a generalized complex of multiple soils would be suitable for the intended land use. As far as extent, I've estimated about 6% of the Earth's surface would be covered by these soils. And of course, they'd be concentrated in the urban areas. But if you think about the interstate highway system or the highways through Europe or any part of the world, if you add up all those other soils, I think is where it would probably be about equally distributed between urban and non-urban areas. Yeah. Erica, I wanted to make sure I understood your question.
But the pattern is representing a pattern. So how big is the pattern that you consider?
In other words, would we need to redefine what a pattern is?
What is the minimum size of a pattern that you start classifying at all? So if you have I think you answered more or less. So, well,
so just like our tour, we would be classifying individual soils that we thought represented particular areas. And that could be defined by starting by identifying anthropogenic landforms. Now, not all of these soils will be on anthropogenic landforms. Let's take, for example, a radioactive disaster would not modify the soil physically. It would modify it chemically, but not physically. So that would be an example. But otherwise, on all the other soils, we would identify the landforms first, and depending on the size of the landform would be whether or not it was large enough to be, classified. And it would also need to be consistent properties enough. Otherwise, we would have to, in our classification system, we're not forced to go all the way to the family level. In an ideal world, we would, and for agricultural soils, we certainly would intend to do that. But let's say that we got into an urban area where it was so heterogeneous that we could not get below maybe the subgroup or suborder level, we would stop there, or the great group level. And I think that's how the soil scientists in the field would handle that.
Yeah, thank you. The next question is by Norma, please.
O llamamos escorias. Gran parte de las áreas mineras en México, que comprenden prácticamente toda la Sierra Madre Oriental, aparte de otros sitios, generan una gran cantidad de residuos que nosotros les llamamos jales. Y gran parte de estos residuos pues se quedan allí, algunos se revegetan solos, otros se convierten en parques temáticos para dar a los niños algunas actividades que realizan en ellos, pero los materiales están allí y a veces se revuelven con algo. Y quiere decir que implícitamente el área es importante, pero otra cuestión es que muchos de ellos generan gases. Si son de mercurio, pues se convierten en las diferentes formas de mercurio que se volatilizan, tanto inorgánicas como orgánicas. Si son de azufre, igual, y otros son de otras características. Y pues quedan ahí. Entonces, gran parte de ese concepto de lo que es la transferencia del impacto que hacen, no nada más hacia lo que son los mantos freáticos, sino a la atmósfera, se contempla en un momento dado.
Okay, so in Mexico, for instance, there's a lot of mining, and there are the mine tailings and all this stuff, and there are many problems. People are living there, as we saw yesterday, and one of the problems are the gases that are produced and that are coming out. How do you consider that?
So in other words, would I be able to classify a soil that's emitting gases that are dangerous? It's a very interesting thought. I had not considered it before. I will have to think about that. Yeah. At this point, we have been considering properties of the soil particles or the rock or artifacts that are included in the soil rather than things that are leaving the soil. But I guess the radioactivity would be an example of things that are leaving the soil. So we would put some thought into it. It's a very good suggestion of something to consider. Yes.
Thank you. And I saw Curtis, I think. Yes, please.
If we have time, there are other folks that, yeah. So John, I guess one philosophical question. I'm not sure it's philosophical, but anyway, are you missing an opportunity to name this order anthrosols? And I know you laid out the rationale very clearly that that name's already used, but every time I hear you say artisol, you always have to follow it up with an explanation of what that is. You know, the human hands, the artifacts, and so forth. But with all the attention right now, and this goes back to what Erica was talking about, you know, trying to propagate our information to a broader audience, with all the current focus on the Anthropocene, are you missing an opportunity to name these anthroposols?
I suppose anthroposols was the only other name that might fit the criteria that we have. A formative element of OP was considered. It just wasn't my personal preference. I don't mind telling you. Am I missing a chance to make it a little bit easier for the general public to understand? Probably. Philosophically, yes. I actually went through with a word processor and replaced every one of the ART formative elements with OP, and then tried to pronounce them and tried to see if they made immediate sense. And because it was such a short formative element, I had real struggles with that. I know we have one id for iridosols that's a short element, but the op in combination with the other great group formative elements just was harder to me to be clear. I also am looking at examples. I would guess if you said andosol to a general user, they would have no clue what you're talking about. So in other words, I don't see it as being, the precedent is already set that we're using formative elements and names of soil orders that don't make use to somebody unless they're very fluent in Greek, Russian, German, Latin, and a few other languages as well. So I think, but I do see the purpose, and I do appreciate the comment.
Have a safe trip home, please. Thank you. Yeah, and thanks for your contributions, Curtis and John, recently. There is Carl, Przemek, Ben, Rodolfo. Oh?
Edgar.
Yes.
Okay. I have a question and a joke. The question is there an end on the, we had in the beginning 10 soil orders, and now you showed us the 13th. And is there an end where we can say, no, we will not find any soils which are different from the orders we have to form a new order? And the joke is, when I was listening your talk, I remember the sentence that if the Pope is talking ex cathedra, he can never fail.
I'm sorry, if the Pope is
talking ex cathedra, he can never fail.
okay. Okay. So I think the question in there was, will we be stopping at 13 soil orders, or will there be a 14th, a 15th, et cetera? In my lifetime, I anticipate there being 14 because we've already commissioned a group to draft a soil for what they call the wet soil order, which would be aqua soils, which would make perfect sense, Curtis, in the name. But these would be soils that are fairly permanently saturated or underwater, but they would occur as probably the third soil order, maybe the fourth. I'm not sure. But after that, who knows? You know, it all depends on the basis of the classifiers. If we wanted to classify the seats in this auditorium, one person would only see one type of seat. Other people would see differences and want to break it further and further. I think 14 is what you and I can expect to see in our lifetimes.
Okay, the next was Przemek.
Thank you very much, Peter. I have, of course, 1,000 questions as a person deeply involved in the classification of technogenic soils. But just one maybe comment or question and one specific question, because I'm really curious about one thing. As a person also co-creating the classification of technogenic soils for our Polish classification, we was always in favor that WRB borders are really good borders for this group of soils. So I'm in favor of extending the technosoils, not or like you did that American artesols will overlap it, but will have the corners which will not match exactly. Will left some soils from this group, like I don't know why you decided for these 3 meters of ecranic technosols, because if we observe even the large fields, when they are abandoned, very quickly the plants start to crack down after the freezing. There are cracks and the plants start to grow. So I really don't understand this limit. Also excluding, of course, the soils on the buildings, we have it, that's also. That's my questions. Why to move it a little bit from the technosols, not enlarging it, but moving or making it smaller. And the second specific...
Should I go ahead and answer that?
Yes, please do so.
Okay.
Okay.
So the question was whether, why did I exclude ecranic surfaces that qualified for the new soil order to the narrow ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, it all has to do with the function of the soil, the ecological function of the soil. And that seemed like a very practical limit for the purposes of the soil ecosystem functions. In other words, on larger systems, yes, we can have plants growing in cracks, but we also, for an example, to find an analog, we can have a petrocalcic horizon that's laterally continuous, but in a few places it has pipes and it has cracks where roots can explore. We draw the limit at 10 centimeters for the spacing of the cracks. So for the very large parking lots, we know that they will degrade, they will begin to crack, but the percentage and the narrowness of those cracks, we don't think is going to be very close enough space for it not to be a root limiting layer.
And yes, but soil is still living inside. When the cracks appear, the plants start to grow. So
Yes,
the ecological function is fulfilled, I believe. So I don't accept the explanation. Sorry.
Yes, okay. So these discussions are for the break, but may I add something? A ecranic layer that is broken to pieces, the pieces still fulfill the definition of artifacts in both systems. So they still can be an artesol or a technosol. And I think we have to limit, your contribution to one question, because we have 5 minutes and we have much more people who want to ask something. Okay. Then was the next Then two people more.
Yeah, it was, John, a very interesting talk. I was just curious about the artisol definition incorporating the word skill, so that it's taken some sort of skill to create. But so, like for a rubbish dump, for example, if it's lined with membranes, I can see how that has taken some skill. But like an unlined rubbish dump, so it be included in as an artifact, as an artisol, sorry?
If a soil has a sealed layer, either on top or underneath, then we're going to consider it an artisol, yes.
So, but if it doesn't have a sealed layer, it's not.
I'm sorry, what
if
is?
it doesn't have a sealed layer, if it's just a random...
No, it doesn't require a sealed layer, but if we know that if there's a manufactured layer, whether that be concrete, compacted soil, rubber, asphalt, the top of a building that's covered up with soil, if there is a manufactured layer underneath the soil, by definition, we know that humans have completely created the soil up above it. So those would all be artisols, yes.
Yep. And also in Australia, we have anthroposols, and we'd be happy to share it with you.
Okay.
Share the name. We could share the name with you if you did want to change to anthroposol.
Okay.
Okay, and there was one more question here, please.
¿Han considerado el tiempo de los materiales depositados en el suelo? Porque la transformación de los diferentes materiales nos darían una idea sobre el impacto que se tiene en esa área. Por ejemplo, tenemos ya reservas orgánicas o manejos de residuos orgánicos que estos ya se transformaron y que tienen un proceso de transformación. Exclusivamente el tiempo para asignarlo a partir de ese depósito hecho por el humano.
Have you considered the time of the manufacture of the soils? Because after some time, all the materials are transformed, and then how much time will be necessary to consider these soils as artisols?
So how much time after humans have modified them?
Yes.
I would say that if they meet the definition of soil, that they would be artisols the very next day. So as soon as the material is no longer moving, and that's because we do not require a specific diagnostic horizon. We allow diagnostic horizons, and we anticipate that in some soils that argic horizons will develop, and calcic horizons and petrocalcics. So we know those will develop, but we do not require them.
I think that what he wants to know is how much time, the period of time to develop this soil, because after some time, maybe this soil will be like a natural soil.
In other words, can an artisol ever genetically become a natural soil again? Yeah, especially if it's clean fill material. I think as long as it still resides on an anthropogenic landform, we would consider it to be an artisol. Now, that doesn't mean that we would say that it has, limited land use. If it's clean fill material, humans create an artificial landform, it could develop an A horizon, a B horizon, maybe even a BT horizon over time. That would be just fine. We would still identify it as being human transported material, but then there would be no limitations for its use.
Okay, thank you. Officially, the time is over, but I just realized that we have one presentation later afterwards. So if you wish, we can continue for 5 minutes. And do you allow me to start with that? And I was a bit surprised that you excluded from your definition of the artifactic horizon the organic material. What do you do with traditional landfills? So which predominantly are organic, kitchen slops, baby diapers, why do you exclude these from the artifactic horizon, or where do you place them?
Yes, okay. I guess in our definition, so in other words, are you asking whether the fine earth material that has artifacts in it is organic, or whether the artifacts themselves are organic?
Both.
Okay, okay. So at this point, the definition is still being drawn, so we certainly could include it. I just simply didn't realize that such a thing could occur. So I can certainly say that the artifactic horizon could be organic or mineral. And then similar to the sulfuric horizon, can either be organic or mineral. So we can do that. The precedent is set. And then the second question is, what about artifacts that are organic? I don't think we exclude the definition of, in other words, there's not like a list of things that are artifacts and things that are not. I think we ask whether it was modified by humans for a purpose. So I think we should include organically based artifacts as well. They're just not going to be as persistent through time.
Yeah, thank you. So I saw Cesare, right?
John, you told artifacts or anthroposols, yes, soils created by humans. You told about the functions. It is very important for soils. So why the soils which are intentionally constructed by humans to have an important ecological or even productive function, say like artificial gardens, artificial parks, created on buildings, over underground garages, over various constructions, over tunnels, isolated. Why such soils are excluded? They have, sometimes they are thick, they meet definition of soil, they have beautiful ecological services. Why they are excluded?
So the question is, why would like a rooftop garden not be considered an artisol? Personally, I like the connection to the Earth's surface as part of the definition of what a soil is. Now, that's not official in our description, but it is in the definition of soil that it is part of the land surface. That is in our definition right now. Part of the land surface, and I don't consider a rooftop to be part of the land surface because it's just not contiguous. I don't see that the fungi and the root systems and the exchange of gases are connected to the land surface. So for that reason, I consider those to be soil material because they're capable of growing plants and very, very much soil material. But just as when I would take soil material out of my front yard that's part of a mollicapipedon, put it into a pot, plant a plant in it and put it on my kitchen windowsill, I no longer consider that to be a pedon. I consider it to be a pot containing soil material. So at some point, the connection to the contiguous natural soil surface in some way I thought needed to be maintained.
Okay, other questions? If not, there is still very quick, Przemek, your second question.
Yes, I was wondering why only the human. Why you consider only the human cemeteries? Why not? I know that in the United States, especially the pet animals cemeteries are popular. They are burned. They are put into the earth. They will be probably artifacts like collars. So why to exclude this type of graveyards only limited to the humans?
Good question. Why are we being prejudiced and excluding the animals? I don't know. I would say that if a human dug a soil pit and placed an animal carcass in it and covered it back up, it would meet the same intent. I don't know that we could find the prediction in that I suppose if we came across that, we could identify it. But with a cemetery, I could use some geometry and some land records to find the extent. And I could use ground penetrating radar, but with scattered animal remains, you know, it would be more difficult, but we can certainly consider. May I, if I've still got a few seconds, could I ask your opinion? How many people here would prefer the name anthroposols to artisols if you were making the decision? How many for artisols? I'm the only one. Okay. How many for anthroposols? So 10 to 4. Okay. I did want to mention that that there are some soils that would fall into anthrosols included, and there are some that would include technosols, and then there's also some soils that would be neither, that would be included in the new order.
Yeah, thank you. My personal opinion is to have a completely different name would be better. Anthrosols, anthroposols sounds very similar, and this is always a trap. Thank you, John, for your presentation. Thank you to all the contributors. Now we will listen to Przemysław Hrasinski, Classification of Anthropogenic Soils in the Polish Soil Classification System, 6th edition.
I have it already.
No.
It's different. Yes, but I put it in the computer already, earlier.
¿Es en conferencias? ¿En conferencias? Día 1. A new...
No,
it's
here
classification.
It is here.
This.
Third.
Clasificación. ¿Cuál? ¿Esta?
Yeah.
Clasificación. ¿Dónde están?
It's, yes. Okay.
Este.
But it's PDF.
PDF.
You open the normal file. It's here.
Solo lectura.
Okay.
That's for you.
Thank you. Do we have a pointer? Yes. Okay. Good evening. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm Przemysław Hrasinski from Poland, and I will tell you about our Polish soil classification, the newest one, published just more or less 2 years ago. It would be much fresher if the Congress would be 2 years ago, but it's still, I think, there is some interesting solutions which we would like to present to the wider audience, just the Polish scientist. As you can see, there is more authors. Some of them are on this, like Cesare, on this in this room as well. So why we need a modernized soil classification? Of course, because our knowledge increases very quickly. As science metrics calculated, it is every 10 years or 9 years we multiply by 2 our knowledge. So same situation is with soils. We know more and more, so we need to update the system every few years. To incorporate the newest discoveries or the changes of paradigms. The soil classification will mirror our knowledge about the soils, how to describe them, cut them into the separate units, etc. And how often should be done? That's the questions. Not too often, because the users have to learn it, then apply it,
and then eventually have some remarks, what should be changed, what works well, what doesn't. So in case of WRB, it's 8 years. In case of Polish soil systems, the average was 13 years, if calculated whole history of our system, but last edition was issued after 8 years after the previous one. So now we have the 6th edition, and the cover you can see on the slide. This is just to show you, this is the big group of the Polish soil scientists which was involved in modernization of our system. So many of them are today because it's easy to guess that person involved in the creating soil classification system are also interested in the conference we are now. And highlighted are the person who are today also, and few pictures from the various field works when we tested Solution Planet for the newest edition. The idea was not just put into the book, but also firstly was discussed and examples was shown what we plan to do and if it should be done. So to hear the opinion of other person involved in the work. In our new classification, we have extended definition of soils because out of the definition, a lot of matters, what we can classify. The new definition allows us to include in the classification the human transformed soils of urbanized industrial traffic and other technogenic areas. Broadened the soil definition in comparison with the previous ones. The present definition is as follows, that it's the surface part of the lithosphere or the accumulation of mineral and organic materials permanently connected to the lithosphere by buildings. So we treat it differently than we heard from John Galbraith before. For us, it is still connected because the building is the permanent structure. Coming from weathering or accumulation processes originated naturally or anthropogenically, subject to transformation under the influence of soil forming factors, and able to supply the living organism with the water and nutrients, so that it's broader definition and broad enough to include all materials being the byproducts of human activities. So not like in Russians when they excluded this type of soils, treat them as like human soil-like bodies. And why technosols? Because this is just the slides from the Web of Science indicating from which country what topics are most represented. So as we can see, the Poland here, it's a little bit overrepresented in comparison with the number of soil scientists. So it shows that many people works in Poland on this subject. Let me show you the list of the units we have or present soil classification. These are ecranosols, urbisols, industry sols, edifisols, constructosols, aerosols, turbisols, humic technosols, gleic, and stagnogleic technosols. If we take a look on the, this is the approximated correlation with WRB, there are mostly technosols, but we also found some regosols because many urban soils key out in the WRB as a regosol, so the garbage group. Also, when we hear the John talking, there is smaller limit of artifacts, 10%. There is soils which are mixed on site, which will be included in the anthrosols. So we also decided to keep differently, to keep all the soils which are technosols in the Polish soil classification, but just to extend it. So the WRB was the framework, And in any moment, we didn't make it smaller, but we just extend the group of the technogenic soils in our classification system. So here are this example. Regosols transportic or relocatic will key out as a technosols in Polish soil system. So what we changed? How to extend the technosols? First of all, we divided the artifacts into two groups because we think that it's big difference between piece of brick, which somehow physically influence the soils, and piece of the sulfur from the mining, which will highly chemically change the soil. So divided them into two groups like common artifacts. So all these bricks, crushed stones, etc., mortar, and reactive artifacts which much more react, which chemically are much more active. So dividing them into two groups allow us to change the definition that soil have to have 20% of common artifacts, but in case of the reactive, only 10% is enough, because it will influence the soil functions much more. Then we defined thick heap materials, like here, when construction is done, not only like that, but also on the when construct the railroad tracks and other things, that these soils dumped in such the way should be allow us to include such choice into the technosols, not just regosols. And also we defined another property like deep mixing. Also John mentioned it, that when we in situ mix the soil, and John showed us beautiful example of the pipelines. Let's imagine that oil pipelines which are underground, which are extend for thousands of kilometers. How much soils may be narrow, but if we calculate the surface area, how much of this soil area will be just mixed and put in the same place, put again. So we think that these soils shouldn't be regosols, but should be key out as the technosols. So that's the reason, that background to include this deep mixing in the one of the criteria. And it's also included when it's very deep cultivation, like with the German rigosols, when under the forest we plow with until 1 meter. So this deep mixing will apply also to anthrosols, not only to technosols. Then we have such rigosol when this deep mixing can be observed, the plow, these big plows which plow really deeply. In Polish soil classification, we have the big group of anthropogenic soils divided into culturozemic soils and technogenic soils, which I'm mostly talking today about then. So we have ekranosols, like in the WRB, urbisols, but with this difference of reactive artifacts, we will extend the amount and surface of urbisols. Industry soils the same, because of course not all industries produce reactive artifacts, but these ones which did, it should be less than 20% in our opinion. Also we added my soil, which are invented, let's say, edifisols, so we don't exclude at all the soils on the buildings. They are soils placed purposefully, but also there are soils which develop naturally on the buildings, such equivalent for initial soils on the rocks. So they will also be in the group of technogenic soils. Then we, again, what John is planning to exclude, we added unit of constructosols, so the soils purposefully put on some human constructions. Here is example from the bunker, from the fort, because this was very common situation in the end of 19th century and in the 20th century to put soils on the military buildings to cover them and to make them more resistant. So all this layer was artificially put. So in our opinion, this will definitely should be the technogenic soils. And then we add the unit of aerosols. So this we heard about already just a few minutes ago. All these human structures which influence the surface of the earth, so like ramparts, dikes, embankments, creating some artificial form. This should be technogenic soils as well. And this why the deep mixed material was defined. The turbisols, so the soils when the soil was mixed in situ due to the construction of pipelines or other system of underground moving of various materials, but it also will apply to the necrosols, so the soils mixed in situ to bury the human body or animals. There are also many cases of burials of the animal corpses because of some disease. So again, they are buried and the soil is put over them so they can decompose. So that's the last of our inventions and inclusions. We can say also that numerous other soils features of anthropogenic, technogenic origin, which are not so intensively marked in the soil, should be also somehow indicated in the soil names. So in this newest edition, 6th edition, there are various features listed among soil varieties, which are kind of similar to the qualifiers, let's say. So they can be added to the various other soil units. So there are drained when their soil is artificially drained, waterlogged when the process is opposite, anthropocarbonic when the carbon from the human from human processes are included in the soil, like pieces of coal, lignite, etc. Disturbed, so also mixed but not so deeply. Reclaimed, when we reclaim the soils on some surfaces by adding the humus material. Sulfidic, sulfatic, charcoal pilot, hipped, so again the human form, and contaminated, toxic. So this will allow to add the information about human technogenic, anthropogenic influence to other cases which can't be classified as the technogenic soils. At the end, is this soil or not? We can think it's connected with the surface, John, so it should be artesols for sure, according to your ideas. So according to the Polish classification, it will be a aerosol because it's the soil just designed it a beautiful shape because it's in the park of one of the Polish spa towns. To conclude, we extended definition of technosols from WRB. We didn't cut anything. We just make it bigger, and we believe that our ideas are right. So there is still time to change a little bit the draft. Of course, if we talk about it 2 years ago, it will be more time, but it's still time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Przemek, for this overview on the technogenic soils in the new Polish classification. Other questions? Comments? Carl, please.
One is when you classified the materials which you will use, you said it could be deep cultivation or construction materials. Now, I would say the most often found are the materials which are neither cultivation materials nor, because these are materials with just occurred, and they were left in a place without the purpose. And I think you should include it, that there are materials deposited just without a purpose. Second remark I have, you have a very complicated definition of the soil made. And I think there are several approaches where this soil definition is much shorter and includes everything. You may look at it. What was specific I saw, you said that at the end it's for living organisms which take water and nutrients. I think much more important than water and nutrients is that they have living space. If you want to, you have to include the living space for organisms.
Thank you very much for your remarks. The first one, I was talking about that deep mixed material can be both caused by the agricultural activities like in forestry and by technogenic activities. So that's two types of activities which leads to the deep mixing. And the second, thank you, it's just the translation. So in Polish it sounds a little, maybe we discussed the definition very long. Cesare was leader of the group to decide it, and we decided that it's the right definition. Everybody have some own opinion.
Took 1 page. So this is the compromise. It is much shorter.
Yeah, thank you. Are there more questions? Where? Curtis, please.
So in the Polish system and WRB, the landform, and I think I know the answer from your presentation, but do landforms enter into the criteria? And the reason I bring it up is with John's proposal, landforms are very important. Identification of landforms are very, very important for defining the taxa. But before that, in taxonomy, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but landforms didn't enter in. A fluvent, for example, was most commonly on a floodplain, but it was identified by an irregular distribution of carbon. But fluvents can occur on slopes as well. So bringing landforms into the soil definition is new in soil taxonomy. And my question is, was that an issue with the Polish system or WRB about, no, we don't want to bring landforms as a criterion or criteria? Do you understand the question?
Oh, it's a little bit vague, but I will try to answer. Oh, sorry. That we don't classify landform. We just say that if the soil is removed from one place and shaped into the specific design landform, which purpose could be various, that this soil removed from the original location and created should be classified as a technogenic soil.
Okay, thank you very much. We have to conclude this now. Thank you, Przemek, and thank you to the contributors. Our next presenter is Marcin Sikula, Transformation of Hydromorphic Soils versus Soil Classification in the Kujawia region, central Poland.
Thank you very much. One was word. The overview which I presented is written as a paper, so if somebody is more interested, I'm, of course, if you tell me, I will send you a link. Thank you.
Okay.
And the pointer?
Oh, yes. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here with you to share with you some of my work, and I would like to begin with a statement that I think most of you are familiar with, but still I think it's quite important to say it loud and clear, and that hydromorphous soils, and especially the organic soils, are highly productive and support a wide variety of ecosystem goods and service. Just to name three of them, they are long-term carbon stores, and they are critical for biodiversity conservation, and they also play a key role in water resource management. And these functions of these soils can be jeopardized mostly by modern climate changes, and even more by human activity. This human activity might be to extreme sizes, like in this uppermost picture, when you can see mining of these soils, but also, as you can see on this map in the bottom, it's a map from 1936, also by drainage works, by deforestation, and by intensive agriculture. And as a result, we can encounter massive changes of hydromorphous organic soils properties, and as a consequence, also their classification. One of the most interesting areas in Poland, when we consider that that information is the region named Kujawia, central Poland. It's a region that historical materials describe as a land full of swampy forest and wet grasslands. Yet first human settlements are recorded here from circa about 7,000 years BP. And nowadays, it is a region known for its fertile soils, locally named Kujawian black earths. So the closest equivalent using WRB would be Chernik glaciers. This is a region with quite low annual precipitation, below 500 millimeters per year. It is quite low. It's the lowest, in fact, in all of Poland, and it's also a region with centuries of human activity, with deforestation. Forest cover in the 1970s was about 2% only. Now it's a little bit more, maybe 3.5%. And also it is an area that was conducted with very wide drainage works. Intensive drainage started since 1960s, and until 1997, around 45% of the Kujawia area was artificially drained. It's also an area of intensive agriculture, and taking all these three informations into consideration, it's no longer swampy forests and wet grasslands. It looks moreover like in this picture above, so really strong agriculture landscapes. We were wondering how fast this transformation from organic soils to this arable land was happening. So the aim of our work was to determine the pace and degree of changes that occurred in the morphology and range of Kujawian hydromorphous organic soils within the last 50 years. This 50 years was the time frame and was determined by the cartographic materials, mainly by the soil maps for agriculture, which were developed in the 60s. So again, it's connected to the starting point of intensive drainage work, so that these maps record the state of these organic soils before or shortly after these drainage works. We also used archival aerial photography, also from this period, as well as modern contemporary Sentinel satellite imagery. Not going to details about the criteria used on the soil maps or agriculture, but few remarks I must say. These maps used mostly qualitative criteria, so determined in the field if we see an organic material or do we not see that material. 4 types of organic soils were distinguished. The closest correlation according to WRB you can see on the right side of this slide. Modern systems, as you know, use more quantitative criteria for histosoils. So 20% of soil organic carbon for organic material, and the soils in the Kujavia region, we expect it to be this criteria. So it has to have more than 30 centimeters of this organic material. Polish soil classification, as Przemek said in the previous presentation, are often quite similar to the WRB. It's the same thing with this organic soils, but the threshold values are a little bit lower. So 12% of soil organic carbon for organic material, and we have to have at least 30 centimeters thickness of this material. With that information, we went to the field. We've dug a series of profiles. I will talk about 6 of them today, located in various topographical positions and in various soil contours. Short remark again about the soil maps for agriculture. Not going to the details, we don't have time for this today, but these 2 dots in the label of this soil unit inform us that the organic material in this particular soil, and in fact in all 6 of these that I'm presenting to you, is at least 50 centimeters thick, but no more than 100 centimeters thick. So between the organic material is between 50 to 100 centimeters thickness. And then we used DEM, digital elevation model, to determine the lowest position in this contour as a place in which preservation of the organic material is most possible. And then we made soil profiles, yes? At the beginning, we took the information for soil map for agricultures and translated it. Let's say it was translated to modern system, to WRB and Polish Soil Classification 6th edition. Then we've analyzed in the laboratory soil organic carbon content in the soil, and if it exceeded the threshold values, we've described the thickness of organic material. And after that, again, using all 3 classification systems, we put the new classification for this soils after 50 years. So let's begin with the quantitative criteria. So the criteria used on the soil maps for agriculture, as you can see, in all 6 of these profiles, the primary organic material were degraded, were mineralized to either mineral materials or marsh material, which is still an organic material, but it's, as you can see, it's degraded from peat, so it's another stage of evolution of these soils. So none of these soils preserved its primary material. Now the quantitative criteria, soil organic carbon, as you can see, only one profile, profile 4, exceeded the threshold, the criteria for organic material according to WRB. All other soils are right at the border of Polish soil classification system, so very close to this 12% threshold value. 2 of them exceeded this value, 3, unfortunately not. So another, apart from the soil organic carbon content, another criteria is the thickness of this material for these 3 soils. And again, as you can see, only one soil profile exceeded the thickness of 30 centimeters as Polish soil classification states. None of them has 40 centimeters as WRB requires. And as I said earlier, the initial state it was at least 50 centimeters of soil, of organic material thickness. And as a result, from 6 histosols, 6 different histosols, we today have none. We have 4 chernic glaciers, so a very common type of soil in this region nowadays. 1 endoglaic regosol and 1 endoglaic chernic phaeozer. And this is, of course, the change of these classifications is due to change in soil properties. And another thing that change with the soil properties, not only the classification, is the land use of these soils. So this is another and a very important thing that we take into consideration. So we wanted to approximate the range of the how many area of these organic soils we have lost. So we've used land use changes from meadows and pasture into an arable land as an indirect indicator of these changes. I'm more than happy to explain the technicalities behind this, but maybe later on, after my presentation, I just will say that we used a normalized differentiation vegetation index to distinguish the grassland and the pasture from arable lands, from bare soil. And the results are, I think, quite alarming because from this period from the 60s to 2016-17, when the soil pits were dug, we've lost at least almost 30% of the area of organic soils. More than 30 in Murshik histosols, almost 30 in histosols limnic, and around 12.5% of fibric chemic sapric or sapric histosols. To summarize, our studies document rapid and large-scale changes in state and range of hydromorphous organic soils in the Kuyavia region. Within the 50 years, histosols undergone tremendous changes, in our opinion. Typical pit structure disappeared, organic material significantly reduced its thickness, and a large areas changed its land use from meadows and pastures to arable lands, which can be an indirect indicator of changes in soil properties. As a result, none of the investigated soils are actually fulfilling the criteria of organic soils according to WRB. Using criteria applied during the works on soil maps for agriculture, contemporarily only 2 soils can be classified as organic soils, but also they undergone significant quantitative changes. And according to Polish soil classification, only 1 can be still classified as organic soils, but again with changes in the state of the organic material of the soil. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin. Are there questions, comments? Everybody convinced? No, please, Sergey.
Marcin, thank you very much for this talk. It reminds me about these nice profiles presented for us some 6 years ago in the paleopedology meeting in this great excursion across central Poland. At that time already we had a lot of discussions about it. And now concerning your presentation and the recent transformation of these soils, did I understand right that practically disappeared, but appeared soils which you classified as chernic glaciers?
Well, not of them, not all of pit soils disappeared.
Many of them. Mm-hmm.
Once more?
Many of them.
Around 30% to 30%, yes. 12% of pit soils and around 30% of peat mud soils, so histosols limnic.
Is this right that some of these Chernik glaciers are product of degradation and partial loss of organic matter from earlier histosols?
Yes.
Then the main question. I think that the difference between Chernik horizon and Chernik soils and histosols is not only in the quantity of organic material, but also in its quality. Chernik is something enriched in a colloidal, dark, humus-like organic material, whereas histosol is something related to accumulation of poorly decomposed or partially decomposed organic material, organic detritus. So also this deep transformation of organic material took place in 50 years. Or this Chernik horizons is just a mixture of peat material with mineral material of underlying horizons.
Well, I think it's mostly the mineralization of organic material in this soil due to a loss of the.
Now they, just as we talked during these workshops yesterday, it just fulfills the criteria of the Chernik glaciers.
So just organic material of Chernik horizon is most stable organic components of peat, not mineralized, and mixed with mineral material. It is just the rest of peat of histic horizon, most stable organic components, not mineralized. Thank you very much. Maybe some deeper study of this organic materials in this Chernik glaciers is needed.
Okay, so the next contributors, we have two more. We can allow two more questions, and then it's finished. These are Cesare and Michal, please.
Maybe not also answer, but in this situation, we had histosols. What were histosols? They were not fibrous, but they were sapric, strongly sapric, which we call in Poland mursz soils, or murszik qualifier has in WRB. So it is strongly decomposed material, organic material. This is first. So inclusion of this material to mineral component gives us a mixture which initially is really rich in organic matter, still similar to something like peat, but after several plowing and longer cultivation, it is more and more mixed. Absolutely, we agree it is specific kind of organic matter, and it is incomparable with organic matter in Chernik horizon, in Chernozems, for example. But finally, we have to look to criteria which we have in classifications. In Polish classification, we don't have Chernik. In Polish classification, we have several steps of organic horizon transformation, peat horizon transformation to mineral soils. It is a cascade of horizons. Fortunately for WRB, there is suggested something like Mulmig or German Anmorik, which are such steps between organic soils and organic mineral soils. Chernik because of existing criteria. If we had additional horizons, diagnostic horizon WRB, we will no more use probably Chernik. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, maybe directly to that, because you mentioned it. So in the proposal for the next WRB edition, there is the Mulmig material. It has been organic, and then by decomposition, the percentage of organic matter falls below 20% because the mineral admixtures, they still stay there and there's less organic matter. And this is the idea of Molemik material. And with that material, that Molemik material, we can use for several definitions. For instance, for the histech qualifier, we also can add as a possibility to the diagnostic criteria of the Chernigg horizon not consisting of Molemik material. Then it would be out, but then it would still be Molik. And I think this we have to keep because we have to recognize this, which is now an A horizon with a large amount of organic matter. Okay, next and last, Michal, please.
Just I wanted to answer, Sergei, to you, but Czarek partly answered. But about the quality of this organic material, of course, it's not the step-like Chernozemic material, but still it's depending on the grain size distribution of the soils, because some of them are sandy, some are loamy, and in these loamy, especially soils, there is well-decomposed, well-humified organic material with some quantitative features similar to Chernigg. Like, for example, the proportion of humic and fulvic acid, saturation with cations, what else? Amount of organic matter. In this case, it's similar to Chernigg horizons.
Okay, thank you very much to everybody, to Martin, the contributors, and to all the presenters and contributors of today. Our session for today has come to an end. I have two invitations. Tomorrow morning at 9, we will continue with a keynote presentation by Curtis Monger. Please be here right in time for 9 o'clock. And the second invitation right now, just in this moment, we will start the meeting of the IUSS Commission for Classification and the relating working groups. So hope you have the time to stay here. And now I suggest, Curtis, that you and me, we are sitting here. I found some chairs over there, so I will bring them and we can start our meeting.